Are you aware that majority of corporate level application run on Linux operating system, particularly Red Hat Enterprise Linux? If you are new to Linux and have been hesitant to explore it, then you have come to the right place. In this course, I will guide you step by step and cover a wide range of Red Hat administration topics, from the fundamentals to advanced levels, using simple language and easy to follow methods. Hi, I am Imran Afzal, and I've been working in IT for over 2 decades, specializing in Linux. Take the first step toward expanding your knowledge in Linux by joining me on this course. In this chapter, we are going to cover some of the introduction of Linux operating system. We will cover introduction to Linux, Linux benefits, all the distributions of Linux operating system, some of the Red Hat products, and some important things that you should remember in Linux operating system. So let's dive right into the introduction to Linux. Whenever we start learning something new, it is important that we learn some of the basics and history of it. Let's start with what is Linux. Linux is an open source operating system, just like Microsoft has Windows and Apple has Mac OS. Linux is based on Unix operating system. It was created by Linus Torvalds in 1991, and since then, it has become one of the most widely used operating systems, particularly in the world of server, supercomputers, and embedded systems. Now, let me explain you Linux in a very simple way. Let's say you have a computer at home, whether it's a PC or a laptop. Now, it's just a simple piece of brick if you do not have an operating system running on it. So what do? Well, first, back in the days, you have a CD or DVD. You insert that CD into your CD-ROM. Well, nowadays, you could attach that ISO image to your computer. Once you insert that, then it will start the installation wizard. The installation wizard is going to ask you a few options to pick, and then at the end of the installation, then you will see the message, welcome to the operating system that you're installing, and in our case, it will be Linux operating system. Now you have an operating system on your computer. You could attach an external keyboard, or you could attach a mouse and then execute commands over your operating system. Now, those commands can be carried out to your printer to print anything that you want, or if you want to connect to the internet, or if you want to install any application that runs on your Linux operating system. That's how I could put together in a very simple way what is a Linux and how the operating system works. In the next video, we'll go over some of the major benefits Linux has to offer. In the previous video, we covered the introduction to Linux. We went over what is an operating system and how it works. In this video, we will go over some of the benefits that Linux has to offer. The very first one is Linux is stable and secure. Linux is known for stability, security, and flexibility. It is also highly customizable, with users having full control over the system and the ability to configure it to meet their specific needs. Linux security features such as robust user permission and extensive access control mechanism contribute to its reputation as a secure operating system. Then another one, which is one of the most important Linux benefit, is that Linux is free. Yes, this operating system is completely free and available to anyone to download and install. Unlike proprietary operating systems such as Windows and Mac OS, this is completely free. However, if you want to get a support of RHEL, which is Red Hat Enterprise Linux, then you would have to pay for the support. But the operating system itself is free. The next benefit of Linux operating system is Linux is an open source operating system, which means that its source code is freely available to the public. This allows users to access, modify, and distribute the code, fostering a collaborative community and driving continuous improvement. Next one is Linux has a wide range of distributions or flavors. Linux is available in various distribution or distros, each with its own set of features, package management systems, and large target audience. This diversity allows users to choose a Linux distribution that aligns with their requirements. Community and support. Yes, this is also one of the major benefits that Linux has to offer. Linux has a vibrant and supported community of users and developers. Online forums, mailing list, and dedicated website provide a wealth of knowledge and resources for troubleshooting and learning Linux operating system. In the next video, we will go over some of the major distributions of Linux operating system. Now that we have covered some of the benefits Linux had to offer, now let's go over the Linux distribution. Linux, as we know, is an open source operating system that serves as a foundation of various Linux distribution, also known as distro, or sometimes it is called the Linux flavors. Here are some of the popular Linux distribution. The very first one is Red Hat. This operating system is the main focus of our course. Red Hat Linux, often referred to as Red Hat Enterprise Linux, in short, RHEL. It is a popular and widely used Linux distribution that is designed for enterprise level use. It is developed and maintained by Red Hat Incorporation. The next one is CentOS or CentOS. It is exactly the same as Red Hat. It is based on the source code of Red Hat Enterprise Linux. The major difference between Red Hat and CentOS is the support. Red Hat provides a subscription level support, whereas CentOS is free and it has to rely on community support. The next one is Ubuntu, or sometime it is often called Ubuntu. Ubuntu is based on Debian. Ubuntu is one of the most popular and user-friendly Linux distribution. It offers a balance between stability and cutting-edge feature and has both a desktop and server edition. The next one is Debian, a well-established and influential distribution. Debian is known for stability, robustness, and commitment to free software. It serves as the foundation for various distributions, including Ubuntu. The next one is Fedora, developed by Fedora Project, sponsored by Red Hat. Fedora is known for its focus on the latest technologies and software. Moving forward, we have SUSE. Developed by the OpenSUSE project, OpenSUSE offers two main editions: Leap, stable and reliable, and Tumbleweed, rolling release with the latest updates. Next one is Mint. It is based on Ubuntu. Linux Mint aims to provide an elegant and user-friendly desktop environment. The next one is Kali. It is a specialized Linux distribution designed for penetration testing, ethical hacking, and network security assessment. It is a Debian-based distribution that includes a wide range of tools and utilities for information security professionals. Let's take a quick look as to what other products of Red Hat has to offer in the next video. So now that we have a good understanding of Linux distributions, let's spend some time to go over the products of Red Hat. Red Hat offers a wide range of products and services beyond the Red Hat Enterprise RHEL operating system. Here are some of the key Red Hat products. The very first one is Red Hat Enterprise Linux, again in short, RHEL. The flagship product of Red Hat is a robust and secure Linux distribution designed for enterprise-level deployments. It provides long-term support, stability, and a range of enterprise features. The next product is Red Hat OpenShift. OpenShift is a leading container application platform that enables organizations to develop, deploy, and manage applications in containers. It is built on Kubernetes and provides features for container orchestration, scalability, and automation. Then we have Red Hat Ansible Automation. Ansible is an open source IT automation tool that simplifies the management and orchestration of IT infrastructure and application. The next one is Red Hat Virtualization. Red Hat Virtualization is an enterprise-grade virtualization platform based on the KVM hypervisor. It allows organizations to create and manage virtualized environment, providing flexibility and scalability. Moving on, we have Red Hat Satellite. Red Hat Satellite is a systems management platform that helps organizations manage and automate the provisioning, patching, and configuration of their Red Hat infrastructure. It provides centralized control and monitoring capabilities. Then we have Red Hat Enterprise Linux for SAP solutions. This specialized version of RHEL is optimized for running SAP level S application. It provides the necessary features, performance, and scalability required for SAP environments. And some of the other products that Red Hat has to offer, such as Red Hat JBoss middleware, Red Hat OpenStack platform, and Red Hat Ceph storage. In the next video, we will go over some of the important things that you as a user should remember in Linux operating system. In this video, we will go over some of the important things you as a user should know about Linux operating system. Of course, there are some of the most important things that everyone should know. And this list that I have compiled, you cannot find that in a book or any resource. I have gathered this list from my own experience, and I believe it will be very useful to you while you manage a Linux operating system. So let's take a look. The very first one is Linux has a super user account called root. Root is the most powerful account that actually can create, modify, delete accounts, and make changes to your system configuration file. Now that root, there are different root that you can hear in Linux. There is root account, there's root home directory, which is /root, and the very first directory of Linux file system is often referred as root directory as well. So please make sure you have this distinction between all these three different root. Then moving on, Linux is case sensitive system. Unlike Windows where uppercase and lowercase doesn't really matter, in Linux operating system, if you have uppercase XYZ, it is not same as lowercase xyz. Then Be very careful when running the rm command. rm command stands for remove command. And if you execute this command against any file or directory, then it's gone. Then there is no trash can that you could go to and retrieve or restore that file. Then avoid using spaces when creating files and directories, because you will have a hard time opening that file or getting into that directory if you have spaces in those names. The next one is a Linux kernel is not an operating system. Yes, it is small software within Linux operating system that takes commands from you as a user and pass them to the system hardware. A lot of time people find this very confusing and they think that kernel is an operating system. It's not. It's actually a small software that works within the operating system. Then the next one is a Linux is mostly CLI and not GUI. CLI stands for command line interface and GUI stands for graphical user interface. So when I say that mostly CLI, meaning in corporate world, you're going to find Linux running in command line mode, not in GUI mode. So keep that in mind. Now, let's get our hands dirty in the next chapter by doing some installation and configuration of Linux's RHEL operating system. In this chapter, we are going to cover installation and configuration of Red Hat Linux. So in the following videos, we are going to design our lab, download and install virtualization software, download, install, and configure our Red Hat Linux operating system, and we'll cover how we could access our Linux system. So let's jump right into designing our lab. In our lab, let's say you have your workstation or your laptop, which is either running Windows or Mac operating system. Now, I'm sure you don't want to get rid of those existing operating system. That is why we need to have some type of virtualization software that runs over these operating system. For our course, we have picked Oracle Virtualization, which is a free software that you could download on your existing operating system. Once you have the software installed, then we could go ahead and create virtual machines on this software. We could have one virtual machine or multiple virtual machines. Then on top of those virtual machines, we could install the operating systems such as RHEL, Windows, or any other operating system of your choice. But of course, our focus in this course is Red Hat Enterprise Linux. Now we are setting up this entire lab as a home environment. The reason we have to have this Oracle virtualization software, again, so you don't have to get rid of your existing operating system. You could run your other operating systems, for example, RHEL, on the existing computer. Now, if you are in a corporate world, then most likely you have your own server and you could install the operating system directly on that hardware. All right, let's go over how we could download and install Oracle VirtualBox in the next video. In this video, we will go over the download and installation of virtualization software. Now, before we go any further, let's take a couple of minutes and understand what is virtualization. In computing, virtualization is the act of creating a virtual version of something at the same abstraction level, including virtual computer hardware platforms, storage devices, and computer network resources. Now, of course, that's the definition right out of Wikipedia. In order to make it simple, I could tell you this. Think of a virtualization as a software which allows you to run multiple operating systems on a same piece of hardware. That's the best way I could describe you about virtualization in a very simple language. So we will be installing virtualization software to set up our lab, and we will be using Oracle VirtualBox. You could use any other virtualization software of your choice. For example, you could choose VMware Workstation Player. For Mac, you could use UTM and many other free virtualization software of your choice. But for our lab, for this course, we are going with Oracle VirtualBox. So let's see what is Oracle VirtualBox. It's a free software owned by Oracle, which allows you to run multiple operating systems on the same hardware. We will be using this software, of course, in our lab. We will be going through the download and installation of Oracle VirtualBox. And to visualize it, we'll go back to our diagram and I'll see right here is our workstation or our laptop. Now, this computer is running either Windows or Mac or any operating system that you're running. Now it's time for you to install Oracle VirtualBox over this operating system. So we will be using Oracle VirtualBox. Now let's get to the real action here to download and install virtualization software. So for that, you would have to open up a web browser of your choice. I have the browser open already, and I'm going to a search engine. You could go to any search engine, of course, of your choice and simply type download VirtualBox. And you will get the result, and the very first link will point you to download Oracle VM VirtualBox. Simply click on it and come to this page where you'll see all the operating systems. You will have to pick the software that you will be installing based on your main operating system. So if you're running Windows, you pick on Windows. If you're running Mac, if you're running Solaris or any operating system, you pick that link. For me, I'm running Windows, so I'm going to pick Windows host. As soon as you click, it starts the download. It's pretty small, so it's just finished. And you'll see right here, it has just finished downloading the executable. Now, it depends on your browser. If you're running a different browser, you might see your download on the top right-hand corner. For me, it's showing at the bottom left. That's fine. So you could simply click on open and it will execute the file. Or click on the second option, which is show in folder, and you could execute it from there. Now, let's go ahead and click on installation on the file, so it starts the installation. All right, so once you double clicked on the application, it will ask you, do you want to allow this app to make changes to your device? Simply click yes. Now you will see the Oracle VM VirtualBox Setup Wizard. Welcome to the wizard. This will install the Oracle VM VirtualBox on your computer. That's fine. Click next. Select the way you want features to be installed. You want it to leave everything default, all the features to be added and removed. It will leave that as default, so simply click next. All right, warning, network interfaces. Installing Oracle VM VirtualBox networking feature will reset your network connection. Now, if you are installing this on a production machine, I will hold you right now because just make sure it is going to reset your network adapter. Now, since we are doing this on a lab environment, so we will be fine right here. So click yes. Missing dependency, Python core, and it will install any missing dependencies. So proceed with installation now. Click yes. The setup wizard is ready to begin the custom installation. Yes, go ahead and click on install. All right, it will literally take a few seconds to complete the installation of the Oracle VirtualBox. Of course, it depending on the resources on your computer. All right, Oracle VM VirtualBox installation is complete. Congratulations to you if you are this far with me. This one right here, this is a check mark saying start Oracle VM VirtualBox after the installation. You could leave that checked and click finish, because once you click finish, it will start the Oracle VM VirtualBox. All right, beautiful. So you have Oracle VM VirtualBox Manager right here. And this VirtualBox, this management portal, will allow you to create multiple virtual machines and install multiple operating system on those virtual machines, which we will be covering in the next video. This is going to be the most important video of the entire course, where we will learn to perform RHEL Linux installation. The installation consists of multiple steps. The first step is to download the ISO image for RHEL Linux. The second step is to create a virtual machine on Oracle VirtualBox and attach that ISO image to that virtual machine so you could go through the installation. And lastly, the installing and configuring Red Hat Enterprise Linux on our VirtualBox. So to visualize it, here we have our PC, our laptop running Windows and Mac. We went ahead and installed Oracle VirtualBox. So this part is already done, which we completed in the previous video. Now it's time to create a virtual machine and install Red Hat Enterprise Linux. All right, perfect. So let's get right into it. I'm going to go open up my browser and we're going to go look for the URL or Red Hat website where we could download the ISO image for Red Hat. Pick a search engine of your choice and simply type download RHEL. And most likely you will get the first link where it says Red Hat Enterprise Linux download. Simply click on it and it will give you this option where it says download RHEL at no cost. Perfect. Click on that link and it will prompt you to create a Red Hat or login with Red Hat credentials that you have. Now, if you are logging in or trying to download the ISO for the first time and you don't have an account with Red Hat, it's very simple. You could just simply come down here and click on register for a Red Hat account. And of course, that setting up an account is completely free. You could also go through your Google account, Microsoft account, or GitHub account. All right, so let's assume that you already created your account and now you are at this prompt where you will be providing your credentials. Okay, as soon as you enter your credentials, it will start downloading the ISO file. You see at the bottom left-hand corner, that's where the file is being downloaded. Or again, depending on your browser, you might see the download on the top right-hand corner. Now, of course, in order to save us time, I have already downloaded the ISO file earlier. So I'm just going to go ahead and simply pause this download and go to the folder where I have already downloaded the ISO image. Okay, so now we have the ISO image downloaded. Now it's time to go ahead and create a virtual machine on our Oracle VirtualBox. So we are here on our Oracle VM VirtualBox. We'll go ahead and click on New. Let's give it a name of our virtual machine. Now, please note this is not the name of your Linux operating system or Linux host name. So we'll say RHEL VM. Second one is the folder where it is going to create or save all the files for this virtual machine. The third one is the ISO image file. Now that's where when you click on the drop down, it will give you the option of folder or other. That's where it's going to ask you where is your ISO image that you downloaded from the Red Hat. So click on that and we'll go to the downloads folder. That's where I have my ISO image downloaded in my system. And right here is the RHEL ISO image. I'll select that and click on open. Then we have coming down edition, leave it as is, type Linux. It picked up already for us because it knows I typed in the RHEL in the name. It's smart enough. And the version, it picked up itself automatically. Now, we don't want to go through the unattended installation because I wanted to show you how the installation is done. So let's click on skip unattended installation. Now go ahead and click next. Right here is the memory. Think of this as if you are on an assembly line working for a big hardware manufacturer company and you are actually adding in the memory and CPU. This is just like that, but it's just a virtual way of doing things. So we are going with 2 gigabyte of memory. You could also go with 1 gigabyte. That's perfectly fine. Processor automatically defaulted as 1. That's fine. Leave it as is. Click next. Create a virtual hard disk. This is the hard disk of your Linux operating system. By default, it's going to pick 20 gig. We will leave that as is and click next. Now just make sure all the settings, everything looks okay and click finish. Now before you start or power up your virtual machine, go to the setting, go to the network, and I want you to change attach NAT to bridge adapter. Now this will allow your virtual machine, Linux operating system, to communicate on the internet. If you don't want to have an internet connection, that is fine. Then you could leave that as NAT or leave it turned off. Click OK. All right, so now once again, before you click power on, make sure you have all the system requirement for this virtual machine. All right, now go ahead and click start. Okay, so this is where we have install Red Hat Enterprise Linux Wizard. The second one is test this media and install Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So we don't want it to test it. We believe it's perfectly fine. And just simply click inside of the window and move your cursor up and you will see it will highlight the first one, which is install Red Hat Enterprise Linux 9.2 or whatever the version that you are installing right now, and click enter. Okay, so right here we are in Linux Red Hat Enterprise Installation Wizard. The very first thing is select the language, click continue. And every time you click inside, it will actually prompt you for this warning, which tells you that your mouse will be captured inside of the window. And if you wanted to release your mouse, you would just have to hit the right control key. So that's fine. Click capture. Okay, let's coming down and click continue. Okay, so installation summary. Right here, the very first thing is keyboard, which is automatically selected as English US. Connect to Red Hat, not registered. So we'll click on this one. And right here is the credentials that you will be providing, which you created when you were setting up your Red Hat account. You don't need to connect to Red Hat Insights, so simply uncheck this and click register. All right, your system is registered with the Red Hat Enterprise. Now you do need to register your system if you want to get updates from Red Hat. Click done. Let's go to the third installation option, which is system installation destination. Click on that. And it is basically confirming that you are installing your Linux operating system on the 20 gig hardware. So that's fine. It's already checkmarked. Leave the default and click done. Next one is language support. English, United States, already selected. Leave the default. Installation source, which we have ISO image, already selected. Leave it as is. Kdump is the kernel dump, which is by default enabled. You could also leave it as default. Time and date, software selection. Click on this one. And we are going with the installation of server with GUI. Simply click done. Then comes the network and host name. Click on this, and right here, that's where you have to define the operating system host name. So we could pick any operating system host name that you like, but for this course, we'll go with RHEL server. And now click apply. And as soon as you click on apply, you'll see on the right hand corner, it says current host name change to RHEL server. Make sure your Ethernet ENP0S3 is connected and it is turned on, enabled. Now go ahead and click done. Okay, so now everything looks good. Make sure there's nothing is in red. Let's scroll down. And one thing is left is to define the root password. Root, once again, is the most powerful administrative account in Linux. Okay, at the bottom, you'll see the password fails the dictionary check. It is based on a dictionary word, which you will have pressed done to twice to confirm. So that's fine. Since we are doing this in the lab environment, so it's fine. You just have to click done twice to accept it. But my recommendation is if you are doing this in a production environment, then please do pick a stronger password. All right, you do need to select this one, which says allow root SSH login with password. So this way you can log into the system as root. And of course, you don't want to lock the root account, but in certain environment, it is required to lock the root account and only use a regular account. But again, since we're doing this for lab, we'll just leave as is and click done. Once and twice. Okay, so that is done. Excellent. So as I could see, nothing is in red. Now go ahead and click begin installation. Okay, so now the installation has started up. Now this could take anywhere from 5 minutes to 20 minutes depending on your system resources, and we will go ahead and fast forward from this point on. Okay, so Red Hat Enterprise Linux is now successfully installed and ready for you to use. Go ahead and click a reboot to start the system. Click on Start Setup. Location Services. I would like to keep it disabled. Click Next. Connect your online accounts. You don't have to do that right now. Just simply click Skip. About you. Now this is where you're going to be creating your regular user account. So go ahead and enter your first name, last name. and it will create a username for you. If you wanted to change the username to a different username, you can do that as well. Click next. Password. All done. Start using RHEL. Welcome to the Red Hat Enterprise Linux. If you want to learn your way around, check out the tour. You could take the tour if you wanted to know more about Red Hat Linux, or if you have done that or you know how it works, just simply go ahead and click no thanks. Right here is the very first screen that you will see, and you could click at the bottom right hand corner. You'll see these are the little icons. You could click on terminal, and it will give you a command line terminal, which we will be using throughout this course to run and practice and learn some of the commands that Linux has to offer. Once again, congratulations to you all who have come up to this point with me and completed the Red Hat Enterprise Linux installation. In this video, we will learn how we could access our Linux system. Now that we have completed the installation and configuration of our Linux system, which is congratulations to you, now let's spend some time and learn how we could access the Linux system. There are two types of access to any operating system. One is the console access, which is like physical access to the computer. It is a direct access to an operating system through a cable like VGA, HDMI, DVI, or any cable that gives you direct access, physical access to the computer. And that access is called console access. Now, for virtual machines, you have a console access to your virtual machine when you start it up. As soon as you power on your virtual machine, there will be a console, a window that will open up, which will be just like as if you are accessing a physical computer through these cables. So this is the very first type of access that you could get to any operating system. Now, the second type of access is a remote access over the network, which means accessing an operating system through an IP address. So the machine that you're trying to access has to have an internet protocol address, or in short, IP address, so you could connect over the network. So for Linux, you will need an SSH terminal like PuTTY or any other terminal which allows you to access a Linux machine over an IP. And similarly, in Windows, you would need a client like remote desktop client to access a Windows operating system remotely. Now that we have our lab set up completely, now it's time to learn what Linux has to offer. In the next chapter, we will cover everything about Linux file system and how to navigate through the file system. In this chapter, we are going to cover RHEL file system and navigation. So we will be covering some of the topics like what is file system structure, and its description, how to navigate the file system using command line, and file and directory attributes. So let's get right into what is file system. In order to understand file system, I think it is best that we compare it with our closet system in our home. So this way you will have a very good understanding what is file system in an operating system. All right, so let's think of your closet. You have a closet at your home and you have different sections. So you have in one section, you have your t-shirts, other section, you have pants, then jackets and sweaters in a different section. shoes, socks, and hats in another drawer. Now, this is a perfect organized way, an organized closet system. In this type of system, you know where your shoes are, you know where your t-shirts are. You'll go and grab them with your eyes closed because you know where you have in each section. Now, think of this. There's another closet where you have your t-shirts, your pajamas, your pants, everything is mixed up with your sweater, your shoes in another location where you don't know, mixed up with sweater, your t-shirt is somewhere inside of your shoe, and you have your socks and your hat all mixed up. Then this is basically a cluttered and unorganized closet system. This is not a real closet system. So that's why this closet system is simply a failure, because if you go in and you want to find something, believe me, you're not going to be able to find anything. Operating system got the same idea. They said, what if we start putting all the files and directories all over the place? Then it's going to be so hard for our operating system to retrieve those files. That is why they said, you know what? Let's create the same type of closet system where we will put the files of one type in one directory, other files of the same type in another directory. So it will be a lot easier for operating system to retrieve it. So that type of organization or putting things together in a different folder, these are the file system. And operating systems have given it different names. So for example, if I go to my closet and I have my shoes and pajamas on one section, this is Imran's type of file system. You might have your own type of file system where you probably keep your shoes in a different section. So that's why operating system have different type of file system, and those types are such as in Linux, it's ext2, 3, 4, or XFS, or BTRFS. These are the different type of file system which defines which file or directory goes to which directory. In Windows, they also have a similar structure because all operating systems face the same problem, where they could put all the files everywhere and it will be very hard to retrieve. So they created their own file system and they named the file system as FAT32 or NTFS. So this is the type of file systems that you could have in an operating system. Now that we know about Linux file system, let's understand how the file system is structured and what is the purpose of each directory. Linux file system always starts with slash, which is a forward slash, which is often referred as root of the file system. The slash is the very first starting point for each directory in Linux. Let's visualize how it is structured. So as I said, the very first starting point for each and every directory is slash. Then it branches off to other directories. All the other directories reside inside of this slash, which is the root of the file system. Those directories could be anywhere like root, bin, home, etc, boot, opt, and so on. Then there are subdirectories within these directories. For example, home could have user home environment. So if you are creating your account, you will have your space inside of home directory. If you look into etc directory, you will see there's another subdirectory, sysconfig. Just like that, var can have multiple subdirectories. Now, within those subdirectories, there could be more extended subdirectories. For example, etc can have sysconfig, and sysconfig can have network-script. That's another directory name, and so on. That's how the directory is structured in Linux. Now, let's spend some time and understand the purpose of each of this directory. Again, the very first starting point is slash. Every directory in Linux starts from slash. So we'll go start with slash bin. Bin is the directory which stands for binary, and it is a fundamental directory that contains essential binary executable file. So basically, most of the commands, or I would say almost every command in Linux, you will find those commands are actually inside of this directory. Then you have boot, which contains kernel configuration files like bootloader configuration or bootloader stage files. This is the very first directory that has a file which is consulted by the operating system when it's starting up. Then another directory like slash dev. In simple words, it's for devices. And if you, let's say, plug in a USB or any external device or internal device, even for that matter, to your computer, that will show up in this directory. Then you have slash etc directory, which is the most powerful directory or most critical directory in Linux because it has all the configuration files for your operating systems and for your applications. All right, then you have slash home directory. Home directory is the directory or a space environment for every non-root user. So if you have created your account in Linux, your home directory will be created within this slash home directory. Then you have slash opt directory, which is designed for optional software packages or applications that are not part of the core operating system. Then you have slash root, which is the home directory of root user. And then you have slash var, which is in short for variable, meaning it changes frequently. Most of the logs are stored in this var directory. Now, of course, there are more directories as well in Linux. I am covering some of the most important directory in Linux. So in the next video, we will cover some of the basic commands to navigate through the file system. Now that you have a very good understanding of how file system is structured, now it's time to find out how we could navigate through that file system. When you log into a Windows machine, then it is very simple to open a directory or a folder. The folder content, find your current location. But in Linux, it's not that easy. You will have to actually run certain commands to view a file or a directory information and find out what's inside of a directory. So the main commands that you will need to use in order to navigate a file system, the first one is cd, which stands for change directory, which allows you to go from one directory to another. Second one is pwd, which tells you where you are. It stands for print working directory. Then we have ls. ls in short, list. So it will list all the content inside of a directory. All right, let's log into our Linux system and use these commands to navigate through the file system. Okay, so we are logged into our system, and pay close attention that as soon as you log in yourself, you're going to get a prompt. A prompt right here is all the way from the beginning to the end right here where you have a blinking cursor. So the very first thing in the prompt is your username. Then the name of the host name of the Linux machine that you logged into. And then at the end, you have a $sign, which indicates that you're logged in as regular user. If you had logged in as A root user, you would have seen a pound or hash sign. Okay, so now we have the prompt. So the very first thing that we have to go through is to go into a directory. Now, before I go into a directory, I need to know which directory I have to go into or open it. For that, you have to run ls command. So you run ls command, which will indicate everything that you have inside of this directory that you are in. Now you're probably wondering, which directory am I in? Okay, so for that, you use a command pwd, which means print working directory. Okay, so right now when I run this command, it is telling me I am in /home/iofzol directory. Okay, now inside of this directory, we have these files and directories. Now, how do I know all of these are files or directories? Very good question. For that, you would have to run a command ls with -l option, which is to list with additional attributes. All right, so when you run this command, you're going to notice all the way to the end are the actual file or directories. Now, how do we know if these are files or directories? Well, on the first column right here, this is the permission column. In here, you will see the very first letter starts with D. This indicates that this is a directory. Same way, if you go through every line by line, you're going to notice everything that we have inside of my home directory is a subdirectory. Okay, so now how do we know that? How does a file would look like? Okay, for that we'll run a command touch to create a file. By the way, a touch command is something we'll cover in detail later on. So if you create a file, let's say ABC, and then do ls-l, then you will notice that this is a file and it doesn't have D in front of it. So that indicates it's a regular file. Okay, so that's how you would use these three basic commands: cd, pwd, and ls. Now, you are in which directory? You are in /home/iofzol. Now, what if you wanted to go to the very first starting point of a file system? For that, you have to go one step back to get out of iofzol directory. In your case, it will be your username directory. So you will do cd ... and it will bring you back one directory back up. All right. So when you do pwd, it will tell you, hey, now you are not anymore in that subdirectory. Now you are in one directory up, which is /home. Now, inside of /home, what's in there? If you do ls-l, it will give you all the contents inside or listing of the files and directories inside of /home. Right now, we only have iofzol directory because there's only one user that exists in this Linux system. If there were multiple users, you will see multiple home directories. Okay, now I wanted to go one step back. You do cd ... and now you do pwd. You will see you are at the very starting point. Now, if you do ls-l to see what's inside of the starting point of root, you'll see all these directories that we talked about, the directory and its description. We talked about what is bin for, boot, dev, etc, home, and so on. There are a few of them are directories, a few of them are files, and few of them are links. Links are the one that actually starts with L. Okay, anyway, so that's how you could go back to or navigate back and forth between a directory to another directory. If you want to go back to your home directory, then you could simply run cd and hit enter without any argument, and you do pwd, you will know you are back in your home directory, which is /home/ifsol. Very good. So we learned 3 basic navigation commands in this video: cd, pwd, and ls. All right. So in the next video, we will cover the files and directories attributes. Do you know each file or directory has its own information? Just like each human being in this world has some information that will make them unique from each other. So, for example, as yourself, there are certain things that identifies you. For example, your ethnicity, your date of birth, national identification number, or if you're in US, you have social security number, your height, your weight, or your eyes color, or your hair color. These are all the unique traits that you have that actually defines you. Similarly, every file and every directory that we create in Linux has that associated information or that attributes to it, which is in IT term, you could also call a metadata of its own file or directory. In order to find that metadata or information about its own, you will have to run command ls with -l. This command will give you the view of a file or directory attributes. Let's log into a Linux virtual machine and let's check how we could look into or find out file or directory attributes. Okay, we logged into our Linux system. Let's type clear to clear the screen. And let's type cd, just hit enter without any option. And you will come back to your home directory. How do you know? You type pwd and you will know this is your home directory. Okay, now if you wanted to see attributes of all the files and directories in your home directory, you will run ls-l. Right here, the associated information of a file and a directory. And it is listed in columns. So very first column of a file or a directory are its permission. These are the permissions of a file or a directory named desktop. So if you go here, you see this is all the way at the right is the desktop folder or directory. Again, let's get used to calling it or saying it directory. So these are the permissions. That first thing is it is a directory. That's why it has D in front of it. It has a read-write permissions, read-write permissions. By the way, we will get into the permissions in the later lectures. That's the first column when you run ls-ltr. Now, the second column where you see this 222, that's basically indicating the links that are associated inside of this desktop. Very often, this second column is not very widely used as an informational purposes, so you could simply ignore that for now. The third column actually tells you who owns this file or directory. ifsol is a user who owns this directory. The fourth column tells you which group owns this directory. The group is also ifsol. The fifth column is the size of the file or a directory. Now, all these directories are empty directories, so that's why you will see all of them has the same size. Then you have the sixth column is the month when the directory was created. Then this number 6 is the date when the directory was created. And this is the time, the exact time when this directory was created. This is the information that you will need throughout your administration of Linux to find out what are the attributes associated with each file and directory. And that attribute can always be retrieved with ls-l command. So now let's say if you go to /root directory, which you cannot, by the way, sorry, because you are non-root user. Let's go to /etc directory. Here, when you do ls-l, you will see same information. You see right here, for example, we pick this one. VIRC is the name of the file. How do I know it's a file? Because it does not have D in front of it in the permission column. So let's start from right to left now. This is the time when it was created. This is the date. This is the month when it was created. This is the size of the file. Which group owns that file? Which user owns that file? The link to that file and the permissions of that file is right here. See, that's how you find out about a file or a directory attributes. Welcome to the RHEL Basic Administration chapter. In this chapter, we will cover Linux command syntax, creating files and directories, how to add contents to a file management commands, how to view a file text processing command, and file level permissions. Let's go right ahead into the very first video of Linux command syntax. Most of the commands that are used in Linux have options and arguments. So there is a command, and you will use options with it, and many of the commands will require an argument. So for example, when you run ls-l, it will give you the contents of a directory, but you could also run ls-l with the argument. So in this case, you will see ls is the command, -l is the option, and the file is the name of the file. So basically, in this example, you are trying to find out the attributes associated with a file name file, of course. So another example I could give you is a cd/home. In this example, cd is the command and /home is the argument. As you notice, we didn't use any option in this command. So please note, option is optional as it sounds, and argument is requirement in many commands. For example, command with required arguments are cp. cp is the command to copy a file. So you cannot run cp command by itself, or you cannot run a cp command with the file that you're trying to copy, because you would need a source and a destination. For example, to copy a file, for example, if you want to copy file 1, you have to give the name of the destination file. What are you trying to copy it to? And of course, you cannot use the same name, because in file system, you cannot have same name of a file. So in this case, you notice cp is the command, and arguments, there are two arguments, file 1 and file 2. All right, so let's log into our system right away, and we'll perform certain commands so you will have a better understanding how we could use commands with the options and arguments. Okay, we are logged into our Linux system. Now let's see which directory we are in. How do you know? You have to run the command pwd and you will know that this is the directory you are in. Now, if you run a cd only, for example, let's say if you go to cd/etc and do pwd, you would know that you are in /etc directory. Now, if you run cd just by itself and hit enter, it will bring you to your home directory. So there are certain commands that do not require option or arguments. But you could use the same command to define the argument. For example, let's say if you are in etc directory and you want to go to your home directory, you could specify the home directory as an argument. For example, cd/home/ifzol. Now, in this case, cd is the command, /home/ifzol is the argument. So you hit enter. Now you do pwd, and you will know that you are /home and /ifzol. Okay, now there are certain commands you cannot run without any argument. For example, there is a command called touch, which is, by the way, we'll cover later on in detail as well. This is the command that is used to create a new file. So if you just run touch and hit enter, you see it's give you an error message. It says touch missing file operand. Try touch help for more information, which is basically saying you do not have an argument. You are trying to create a file, but what is the name of the file that you're trying to create? So let's say we create a file called touch file and hit enter. We are in /home/ifzol. How do we know the file is created? We do ls-l and you'll see here is the file. Okay, excellent. So the file is created, and it is a file because it doesn't have D in front of it. And by the way, in Linux, they made it a little easier by changing its color. But don't depend completely on color, because if you are logging in through SSH, then you won't be able to see the color differentiation. All right, anyway, so now the file is created. Now, let's say if you wanted to copy file 1 and name it file 2. So if you just simply run cp, you see it is again giving you an error message. These are the certain types of commands that require to have arguments along with them. So if you do cp file and hit enter, you still have a problem, because now you have specified the source, but there is no destination argument. So it basically asking you, you want to copy file. Now, what do you want to name it as a destination file? So that's why you have to type file 1 and hit enter, and you'll see it took it. It gave me a prompt back. Beautiful, didn't complain. Now, how do we verify? We'll run ls-l, and you'll see it has copied perfectly. There is file 1. So anyway, that's how you use commands, options, and arguments. All right, in the next video, we will be creating files and directories using new commands in Linux. It's already getting excited. In this video, we will cover how to create a new file or a directory in Linux file system. There are two main commands that are used in creating files and directories. And the first one is touch, which is used only to create file. And then the second one is mkdir, which is a short name for make directory. So that is only used to create new directories. All right, let's go right into our Linux machine and run these commands so we will have a good understanding how these commands work. All right, so we are logged into our Linux system. Again, the very first thing, it's a good practice so you know where you are. You always do pwd, and you know you are in /home/ifzol directory. Now, if you want to create a new directory inside of these two directories, you could run the command mkdir database. It's just the name of a directory that I am choosing. All right. Now we got the prompt back. Now, how do we know that it created a directory? Excellent question. And for that, you have to run which command? ls-l. Yes. Hit enter, and you will see the very top or very first directory right here. By the way, when you run ls-l, it will list all the files and directories in alphabetical order. So right here, you'll see we created a directory with the time, date, month, and all the permissions. Here is all the permissions of the directory. And how do we know it's a directory? Again, it has D in front of it. Okay, so we created a directory. Let's create one more directory. Call it mkdir, and we'll call application. How do we confirm? ls-l. All right, excellent. We have both directories right here. Now, we wanted to create a file inside of the directory called database. How do we do that? The first thing we have to do is to go into that directory. So in order to go into that directory, we have to use the command change directory, cd database. Hit enter. All right. Now, which directory we are in? Again, pwd, just to confirm we are in the right directory, which we are. Now we wanted to create two files, and we're going to pick two file names as an arbitrary name, touch data 1. Now that is the command to create a file. How do we know the file is created? Let's do ls-l, and you will see data1 file is created. The time, the date, the month, the size is 0. Why it's 0? Because it's empty file. We didn't add any content to this file. Which group owns it? Which user owns it? And the permission. And of course, this is a file. That's why it does not have D in front of it. Beautiful. If I want to create another file, again, I will run the same command, touch, and let's call it data2. All right. Now, let's do ls-l to see if we have both files. Yes, we do. All right. Now, I wanted to create two files just like that with different name in application directory. Remember the application directory that we created right here? Okay, so now the test is, how do we go into that directory? Let's very first thing is find out where we are. We are in home ifzol database. Now that application directory is the directory we created inside of these two directories, /home/ifzol. So it's best that you do cd/home/ifzol and hit enter. Now, which directory you are in? You are in home ifzol directory. Do you see application directory in there, which we created earlier? Let's check by running ls-l command, and you'll see here we have the application directory. Nice. Now we want to create two files inside of this directory. So what do we do first? Of course, we'll go inside of that directory and hit enter. We'll do cd application and the direct name of the, of course, directory. Do pwd to make sure you are actually in that directory, which you are right here. It tells you you are in /home ifsol application. Now you want to create files. Let's call it touch app1. Touch is a command to create a file. The name of the file we're creating is app1. Okay. Again, how do we know it is created? ls-l, and the file is there. Let's create another file, touch app2. How do we confirm? ls-l, and there you have the both files. So very simple and straightforward. What we learned is how to create file using the command touch and how to create a directory using the command mkdir. Now, since we have learned how to create files and directories, now in the next video, we will learn how to add contents to the files. In this video, we will cover how we could add, delete, or append text to a file. Also, how to view those added contents to file once it's added in there. The very first command that is used to add content to a file is echo. As it sounds, echo will print whatever you type after the command. And if you use redirects, then it could add those contents to a file. Then another way or second way of adding content, and which I say is the most used way, is the file editors. And the first file editor is the Vim. Vim is a powerful and widely used text editor in Unix and Linux environment. There are other editors where people could use, for example, VI, Pico, or Nano. But the most popular one that is used and we will cover in our course is the Vim editor. Now, of course, once we add contents, how do we view the contents? By using the command cat. Cat space followed by the name of the file. Running that command, we could view what's inside of a file. All right, so let's log into our system and let's run certain commands, especially Vim editor, to see how we could add contents. So we are logged into our Linux machine, and again, let's make sure we are in the right directory. And we are in /home directory, and within that directory, we are in /ifsol. Now, inside of that directory, let's go to the database directory. This is the directory we created in the previous video. So let's go to database. Now, let's see what's inside of that directory. We have two files called data1 and data2. Okay, both of these files are empty. Now, for the purpose of explaining how echo command works, we will use the file data1. Okay, so you could run, for example, echo. And what do you want to echo? For example, you want to add the content. This is a data1 file that belongs to database directory. And do you want to output that echo to where? We want to add that or echo that into data1 file. Now you see this is the command. Now this is the actual content that we want to echo or add. And how are you adding? You are adding using the redirect. This is the way in Linux you could use to redirect that to a file. And this is the file. Okay, let's go and hit enter. All right, we didn't get any error message, which means it worked. How do we know that the data1 file has content now? Well, first thing is we could run ls-l and we'll see right here, the file size is changed now. Before it was 0 because there was nothing in there right here. And now it's 56, see right here, because it has content. Okay, so that we confirmed. Now, what's inside of this data? How do we view it? Now, in order to view the content inside of the data, we have to run the command cat and the name of the file that you want to open. Hit enter, and you will see it has that line we just added it. Right here, this is the line we added it to our data1 file. Now, if you are a Windows user, you know it's very easy. You could just simply double click on a file. It opens up in its own program and you could view what's written inside. But in Linux, we do not have any application program like Microsoft Word or Excel in command line. So we actually add content as a raw data inside of a file. Now we have added that. Now let's say if I wanted to add another line to that file. Well, you could use the same thing, echo, and you want to call it data1 file contains application information. Well, and now if you do single redirect and type data1, then it will overwrite what we wrote before, which is right here. We don't want to do that. We want to add a second line. That is why we will use, instead of single redirect, we'll use double redirect, which is appending to the file. Hit enter. Okay, we got the prompt back. How do we know that it added the content to the file? Well, you could do cat data1 and you'll see now it has, see, 2 lines. Right here, this is the first line and this is the second line. Beautiful. So we learned echo command and we learned how to add content to a file using echo command. Excellent. Now let's move on to vim command. Vim is the file editor which is used to actually get into the file, open the file and add content or manipulate data. Okay, so opening and closing files. To open a file for editing, we will have to run the command vim and space. What would be the argument? Data1. Yes, because we wanted to manipulate data inside of data1, right? So that's why we'll use vim data1. As soon as you hit enter, you're going to see that you have entered into a vim mode, which is inside of vim editor. To save and exit this mode, you will have to do escape and simply colon and Q and hit enter. This is going to exit out of the vim editor, but it will not save. But if you want to save, then you could do the same thing, colon W as write and Q as quit, meaning first write what we have written inside and then quit and hit enter. As soon as you do that, you'll notice you got your prompt back. See, this blinking cursor is what we call your prompt. And this entire thing is your prompt. So that's great. Now, please note Vim has 4 different modes. One is normal mode, the default mode for in navigating and executing command. So this is a normal mode where we could just simply run vim data1 and it will open up. Then we have insert mode. So when you do that, hit enter. Then you see right here, if you wanted to add anything to this file, you have to hit I for insert. You see right here, as soon as you hit I, see the bottom, it changed right away to insert. Now it means that you could type and it will type into this file. For example, I'm in insert mode. I'll say typing using Vim editor. Hit enter. There you go. Beautiful. Now, if you wanted to save, then very first thing you have to do is exit out of it. And in order to exit out of insert mode, you have to hit escape on your keyboard. Hit escape. You see insert thing at the bottom gone. Now you type colon, right, quit, and hit enter. Excellent. Now, how do you know that what we typed is there? You could do cat data1. You'll see it has this third line there, which we added using Vim editor. Okay. Also know the third mode is visual mode, used for selecting and manipulating blocks of data inside of Vim. And the fourth mode is command line mode, accessible by pressing escape, then colon, used for entering commands. For example, so let's say you did Vim editor, Vim data1, and you wanted to get into command line mode to search or something, you could do colon, and then you type the command to wherever you want it to be inside of the Vim editor. All right, let's escape out of it, get out of it. Now let's talk about navigation. How do we navigate when you are inside of Vim editor? Let's do Vim data1. Now you could do inside moving around by your arrow keys. You see you have arrow keys. You could use up, down, left, right, simply using those. But if you are insert mode, please be very careful for using that. Now, if you wanted to jump to the start of the line, you could simply hit 0. See, it came in the front. Let's say you go back and you are all the way to the end. You wanted to go at the beginning of the line. You hit 0. Now, make sure you are not in insert mode. So hit 0. You see it came in the front. If you wanted to jump to the end of the line, you hit $sign. So you hit $, you come at the end of the line. Now jump to a specific line number, you could do colon, and let's say you want to go to line 1, you hit 1 and hit enter, and it will take you line 1. See, that's how you navigate within Vim editor. Then let's talk about editing text. So insert mode, to add a text, you have to press I to enter insert mode at the current cursor position. So right now where it's blinking, so let's say it's blinking and you wanted to start typing from this point, you hit I and you type hi, typing again in Vim editor in the first line. Hit enter, so it will move this line to the second. This is to insert. Now, if you want to get out of insert, again, hit escape. Now, what if you wanted to append to that same where your cursor is? You could hit A, and you'll see it will start into insert mode, but one place or one character over. Now, what if you wanted to delete characters? Well, simply you could move around, and let's say you wanted to remove this editor. Then you could type X to delete one character at a time. X, 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 X. All right. Now, what if you wanted to delete the entire line? Okay, then you type D twice, DD twice. See, it got rid of the entire line completely. Now, what if you realize, we shouldn't have deleted that. I wanted to do undo. You could simply do U. It will bring back your last command. So these are the things to do the editing inside of the Vim editor. Now we already talked about how you could save and exit. Again, if you wanted to save whatever you're doing, you could do : right quit and enter and check what's inside cat data 1, and you will see the content in there. Okay, there are many other things that you could do with Vim editor, like copying, cutting, and pasting. You could do Y, D, and P, simple as you would do in any editor or any application that allows you to edit. You could also do searching and replacing, which is very simple. For example, you do Vim data 1, and let's say you wanted to search a word that has application in it. Well, in this mode, while you are here, your cursor is blinking, just simply press / and type application. You see, as soon as I typed, it looked for that word and it found it and it highlighted it. Beautiful. Okay, so this is how you actually search around or replace some of the words inside of a file. In the next video, we will cover some of the file management commands. So before we go that, let's get out of the Vim by pressing : Q, and hit enter so you could get your prompt back. In this video, we will cover some of the basic file management commands that a system administrator or a regular user would need to actually manage their file systems, files, and directories. All right, some of those commands are CP, which is a short to copy, then CP-R, this is to copy directories. The first one is to copy file, but the second one, if you specify -R option, it is used to copy a directory. Then you have RM command. As you could see, it is for remove or delete a file, and to delete a directory, you could use RMDIR. If you want to move or rename a file or a directory, you could use a command MV. And last but not the least, to find a file or a directory, it's very simple. You could use a find command. Okay, so let's get right into our system and run these commands to see how they work. So we'll have much more and great visibility and exposure to these commands. All right, so we are logged into our system. Let's simply type CD. No, first check where we are. We are in /home IFSol database directory. Okay, so first thing is we go into our home directory by simply typing CD. Now we'll do pwd just to make sure which directory we are in. We are in our home directory. All right, very good. Now, I want you to create a new directory in your home directory and call it monitor. So the command that you will use is mkdir and the name of the directory, which is monitor. Very good. Now I want you to go into the monitor directory and I want you to create a file called system. So we'll go cd monitor, and now we'll create a file called system. Okay, is the file created? Let's check. Yes, it is created. Very good. Now, the first command that we're going to learn is copy. So I want you to copy system file, and the destination or the copied file, I want you to name it system1. So you do cp system1. As we learned in the command syntax, that cp command cannot be run by itself. It cannot run with one argument. It has to run with source and destination. So hit enter and do ls minus l, and you will see it copied system and it copied the destination and name to system1. Both are same files because both don't have anything inside of it. As you could see, it's 0 bytes. Okay, very good. Now, I want you to copy the monitor directory. So we are inside of the monitor directory. So we cannot copy the monitor directory if you are inside of monitor unless you specify the full path of the directory. Let's try that. So let's say I wanted to copy, and we'll use copy command with -r because we are trying to copy the directory. And we are specifying the full path, which in Linux world, it's called absolute path. So home, ifsol, and monitor is the directory. Okay. Now, where do you want to copy it to, and what do you want to name it? We'll copy it to home ifsol, same directory, and we will name it as monitor dash back as a backup. Hit enter. We got the prompt back. It means it worked. Yes. Okay, how do we know it worked? So let's go to our /home/ifsol directory. And you could go there by simply typing cd, hit enter. Do pwd, you will know you are in /home/ifsol. Do ls-l, and you will see there are two directories right here, monitor, and right here, the monitor dash backup. Okay, perfect. So we learned how to copy files. We learned how to copy a directory. Very good. Now let's learn how to remove a file. Let's say I wanted to remove system1 from monitor dash backup directory. So let's go to cd monitor dash back. Inside of it, we have two files. I want to get rid of system1. It's very simple. Types rm system1, hit enter, and it's gone. And how do you know it's gone? You could do ls-l, and you'll see the directory does not have system1 anymore. All right. Now, what if I wanted to get rid of the directory completely, the monitor dash backup? Okay. First, you need to get out of this directory because you cannot delete a directory while you are inside of that directory. You are already in /home ifsol monitor dash backup directory. So go one step back. So in order to get out of one directory up, you gotta do cd ... Hit enter. Where are you now? We are in /home /ifsol. Okay, good. Now inside of this directory, there is this directory called monitor dash backup that we are trying to get rid of. So let's run command rmdir monitor back. rmdir is used to delete a directory. Okay, it says fail to remove a monitor dash back directory because directory is not empty. It's smart enough. It tells you that this directory has a file inside. And if you remember, it has a file inside called system file. So let's go into monitor directory, and you make sure we have, yes, it has system. So we could get rid of system. Here you go. It's gone, nothing in there. Now let's go back 2 steps. And now we could remove that directory, monitor dash back. Beautiful, it's gone. Let's verify it. Yes, we don't see that directory anymore. Okay, very good. Now I want you to create a file called CPU check, a random name I picked. So touch CPU check. Hit enter. It is created in my home IFZOL directory. Good. Can be verified. Yes. Right there on the top, from the top, second file is CPU check. I want to move this file from CPU check to monitor directory. Simply use mv command, CPU check, the name of the file that you're moving. What would be the second argument? Where are you moving it to? And that directory name, and that is monitor. Okay, let's check if it's still there or gone. It is gone. Where did it go? It went in monitor directory. So let's go into the monitor directory. Let's check if it's in there. And yes, it is there. Excellent. Okay, now the last command that we're going to learn is to find where is our CPU check file. So let's say you come back to your system after 2 months and you forgot where you have placed your CPU check file. All right, you logged into your system right here, and you logged in as yourself, and you are landed in /home/ifzol. Okay, now you wanted to find a file CPU check. So you'll do find and dash name. What is the name of the file that you're trying to find? And now the actual name of the file. Right here is telling you that inside of your /home/ifzol, there is a monitor directory. Inside of the monitor directory, there is CPU check. Wow, this is magic. So that's really good to find files. Now also know if you wanted to specify a directory, you could do that too. So let's say if you wanted to find a file in a specific directory, you could do find. Let's say you wanted to check in monitor. This is the name of the directory. Then you specify the option, and then you do CPU check, the name of the actual file, hit enter, and it will give you the same answer. All right, now that you have learned all the important management commands such as cp, rm, remove, move, and find, these were the most important, and I hope you'll remember and practice it a lot. All right, in the next video, we will cover some of the commands that are used to view the contents of a file based on user requirement. There are many different ways a file content can be viewed in Linux. Most of the time, file content is huge, and viewing them in one shot is, of course, not efficient. Therefore, Linux provides more than one command to view file contents according to your desire or your requirement. Now, some of those commands are cat, which actually lets you view everything in one shot. If a file has, for example, 10 pages, all 10 pages will be displayed all at one shot. Then you have more command. Now, more command is used to view the file content one page at a time. The next command is head. In Linux, it is used to display the beginning portion of a file or input stream. By default, it shows the first 10 lines of a file. You define, give me the first 20 lines, you will use head. Similarly, the tail command is the opposite of head. If you want to view a file content from the bottom up, then you will use the tail command. And of course, at the end, ls to view the content of a directory. So this, everything that we talked about, cat, more, head, and tail, these are the commands that we use to view the content of a file. To view the content of a directory, because you cannot write inside of a directory. You cannot add content into a directory. You could only create files and hold files inside of that directory. And to get the list of all those files, you will use the command ls. So let's log into our Linux machine and try out all these commands and run these commands. All right, so we logged into our Linux machine. Very first thing we'll see that we are in /home/ifzol home directory, because again, we are logging in as ourself as ifzol. That's why we always end up in /home/ifzol directory. All right, so in order to go over all the commands that we're going to be covering in this video, I actually have created a file with some content inside of it. Now, the file is in my home directory, which is /home/ifzol, and the file name is document.txt. You see right here, this is the file that I created. Now, inside of that file, I added some content so we could view them to explain all these commands better. So let's do cat on the document to see what's inside. Now, if you wanted to practice with me, you could actually pause right here and you could actually go into the Vim editor, create document.txt file, and you could write everything that you see in my file. Okay, so once you have written everything in the document.txt file, let's come back. Now you should have this file document.txt. Now the very first thing that we are learning, which is to view the content using cat command, which we already just covered. So cat is a command that will print everything all in one shot, cat document.txt. Now, if this file had multiple pages, then the cat command was going to print everything on one shot. So as an example, I could tell you, let's say I run a command man. Man is, by the way, a command. It's a manual command which will give you the information about any command in Linux. So let's say if I do man ls, and it will give me the whole page, things like that about ls. So I wanted to output that manual for ls into a file, and I want to call it test1. Okay, now the file test1 is created. As you can see, it has 8285 bytes. It's the second last in the line. Now, if you wanted to view the content of the test1 file, you could use cat test1, and you're going to see it's going to just fly all the contents on the screen. See, everything just flown by. You could scroll up right here. You could move the cursor up, and you will see that it actually went through this, all these entire content just like in a fly, so fast. So that's what cat does. It's just a buffer. It's just gonna print everything regardless how many pages it has, all in one shot on the screen. Now, if you want to view the same file using one page at a time, then you could do more test one. Now, this command will show or print the content inside of a file one page at a time. Hit enter. You see right here at the bottom, it's also give you a percentage. It's telling you 7% of the file content is displayed. Now, in order to move to the next page, hit space bar. Okay, second page, third page, keep hitting space bar and it will keep jumping from one page to another. And if you decide that you don't want to go any further from this page, you could simply type Q to get your prompt back. So that's the difference between cat and more command. And a lot of time users use more command because the file contents of any file is huge. All right. Moving on. Then we have a head command. Head is another command to view the content of a file. Going back to our file that we had earlier, document.txt. If I wanted to, let's see, in this one, if I wanted to view the first two lines of the document.txt file, then I will simply do head -2 and document.txt. You notice it is only giving me the first two lines. If I wanted to view the first three lines, you could just change 2 to 3 and will give you the first three lines. All right. And it keeps going on as you add or increment that number. If you wanted to use the same head to the other test1 file, you could use the same thing. Let's say if you wanted to pull the first 10 lines of test1 file, you do head -10 test1, and you'll see it is giving you the first 10 lines. Now, of course, the head will consider empty lines as well as its lines. So anything that there is an empty line, it will consider as there is a line in there. So keep that in mind. Okay, so if you wanted to display the first 10 line by default without specifying option of -10, then you could simply run head test1, and by default, head will pull the first 10 lines of a file. Okay, now let's say if you wanted to display the first 5 lines of multiple files. So I wanted to display the first, let's say, forget 5. I wanted to display the first 3 lines of file 1 and test 1. Well, it's simple. I could do a head -n option with, for example, I wanted to pull first 3 lines from file, from document.txt file and from test.1 file. So see, there are 2 files. Let's hit enter. You will see first it pulled the 3 lines of document text 1 right here, 3 lines, and then it pulled the second file's 3 lines. Nice. Okay, so now if you wanted to display the first 20 lines of a file and include line numbers, you could do that as well. Let's say, for example, you want to do head -n 20 and you want to do document.txt, then you could do simply cat -n and it will give you every line by line and its numbers. Okay, so this is all about the head. Now let's get into the tail. So tail will work exactly the same. All you have to do is replace head with tail, use the same numbers, same everything. So let's say if you wanted to get the last line of a file, document.txt, you could do tail -1 document text, and you will see it is actually pulling the last line of the document. All right, very good. So now you should have a good understanding of how cat, more, head, and tail command work in Linux. In this video, we will cover some of the most important file text processing commands. So let's start with the very first one, awk command. The awk command in Linux is a powerful text processing tool used for manipulating and extracting data from text files or input streams. It is mostly used for column extractions. The next command is grep. The grep command in Linux is also a powerful tool used for searching and filtering text file or input streams based on specified patterns. Its primary purpose is to extract lines that match a given pattern. All right, the next one is the sort command. As it sounds, the sort command in Linux is used to sort lines of a text or input stream in alphabetical or numerical order. Then the next one is unique. This command in Linux is used to filter out adjacent duplicate lines from sorted text data. Its primary purpose is to identify and remove duplicate lines. Please note you should use sort first and then unique to eliminate duplicates. Moving on to the cut command. The cut command in Linux is used to extract specific character, words, or column from a text. The next command is WC. The WC command in Linux is used to display information about the number of lines, words, and characters in a file or input stream. All right, so now you know conceptually what these commands actually do. So now let's go into our Linux system. Let's log in and run these commands and see actually how it could manipulate the text. Okay, so we logged into our Linux machine. Now to practice or go through these commands, I have populated some content into a file so we could use that file as our test file or input file to practice these commands. All right, so I am in my home directory and the file that I created, it's called characters. Now, this file contains character of a show Seinfeld. So if you do cat characters, you will see some of the most famous characters that were actually in the sitcom show. So I actually created or added the name of all the main characters in this file. You could actually pause right here and copy or write these same characters with the same columns. Make sure there is this colon in there, there is a comma in there, and there is first column, not the second column on certain names. So you could type that using Vim editor into the characters.txt. Also, I have created or added this content into a file and uploaded the file to this chapter. You could download the file, that text file, and then you could also copy and paste inside of your terminal. All right. Anyway, once you did that, then let's go over again and we could cover all these commands together. All right, so we have our file already, which is characters.txt. We already have the contents that we will be manipulating inside of that file. Okay, the very first command that we will use is the awk command. Awk command is used to extract columns from a file. So right now, as if you notice, I have two columns in this file, the first name and the last name. So what if I wanted to just pull the first name or the first column? We'll use the command awk space single quote curly braces print $1 curly braces close single quote close. And which file are we extracting that from? We are extracting it from characters.txt. Okay, here you'll see the first column is showing up only. Now you probably noticed that there are three names that show with the last name. The reason, because this is all one word. There is no space. So that's why awk is looking at it as one word. Similarly, this name considered to be as one word and this name considered to be one word as well. So the awk command did its job. It pulled the first column. Now, what if I wanted to pull the second column instead of the first one? You could do that by hit up arrow key. That will bring our last command back that we just executed. Change $1 to $2 and hit enter, and you will see you got the second column now. All right, so we have the second column up here. You see some of the fields or some of the rows did not show up. Like right here, you see this Susan Ross. It didn't show up. Why? Because $2 or second column for this name does not exist. So that is why it gave us a blank line. Okay, now what if I wanted to get only those names that has a column inside? So I wanted to get a second column of anything that is separated by colon. So let's do cat characters. And we notice that we have two names that has colon. So Jerry, colon Seinfeld, and Susan, colon Ross. So we want to get the second column right here and Ross from the output. So for that, you'll do awk dash uppercase F single quote. What do you want to look for? You want to look for colon single quote close. Now, single quote print. What do you want to print? You want to print the second column where it actually pulls the information or finds that there is a column in there. Okay? From which file? From characters. Beautiful. See, now I got the second name after the colon. So minus F actually looks for anything that you specify inside of these quotes. And then it will ask you, do you want to print the first column or do you want to print the second column? Okay, similarly, we could do the same thing you see right here. If you do cat characters, we have one name that has comma in it. See right here, Mickey Abbott. Yes. Let's say I wanted to just pull Mickey out of this entire word. So I could do the same thing, up arrow key. And instead of colon, I will replace by comma. And since I need the first name or first field or column, I will change $2 to $1, hit enter, and you'll see I got everything in the first column and as well as actually other fields as well. Okay, yeah, because the other fields, the reason we got the other field is because it couldn't find in the other field the comma, so it gave us everything. All right, very good. Now moving on. What if I wanted to run the command ls? This is the command that I'm running in my /home/ifzol directory. All right. Now, what if I wanted to pull only those rows that has files or directories size more than 10 bytes? See, right now we have 6 bytes files and directories as well. There are files with 0 bytes. I don't want to get those. I want to get the files that have more than 10 bytes. So we'll take the output stream from ls-l and we will pipe it. So there is a new character that you could use, pipe, to output the stream to another command for manipulation. And the pipe will be awk $5 greater than 10, single quote close, and you will hit enter. Right here, $5 is the column 5. You see column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 5th column. So I'm saying give me all the rows that has more than 10 number. So it's basically a number. It's not, it doesn't know if it's byte or not. It's just a dummy thing that for it to know. So it will pull everything that has more than 10 from the output stream of ls-l. Excellent. So let's run it and you will see all the files and directories that have more than 10 bytes. Beautiful. Okay, moving on. Let's get to our next command, which is grep command. Now, as mentioned, grep command search for a specific word from a file. So we have already a file right here, which is character. Now, let's say if I wanted to only pull the lines that have Jerry in it. Okay, so we'll do grep Jerry from characters.txt file. And you see, we are only pulling Jerry. Now, let's say I wanted to pull Jerry with lowercase j. Is it going to work? No, because remember, uppercase, lowercase matters in Linux. So in order for you or in order for your command to ignore the uppercase and lowercase, you could use -i option and it will ignore and it will grep either lowercase or uppercase. Now, what if you wanted to pull everything from this file except Jerry? Not a very good question. So let's replace -i with -v. And of course, we have, since all the Jerry start with J, we'll use uppercase J. Hit enter, and you'll see it pulled every user or every name, every character except Jerry. Okay, moving on. Now, what if you wanted to pull the lines that starts with J? Okay, so we will do double quote. Give me everything that starts with J. Double quote close. From where? From characters. Excellent. See, it gave us everything that starts with J. What if I wanted to get everything that ends with T? Okay, for that you do T followed by $. Hit enter, and there you have it. You have 3 characters that has their last name ending with T. Mickey Abbott, Babu Butt, and Mickey Abbott with, of course, a comma in there. Okay, very good. So next one, we have sort command. Now, sort, if you want to sort your file in alphabetical order, so for example, you have this file, you notice it starts with J and it is not sorted because B is right here at the bottom. If you want to sort this file, you could just simply do sort characters and this will sort in alphabetical order. If you want to sort in reverse order, you could do sort -R and characters, and it will sort in reverse order. Perfect. Moving on. Unique. Unique command remove duplicate from a file. Now, if you run the unique command, before we run, let's take a look at our characters file, and you're going to notice we have Jerry Seinfeld in this line, and we have Jerry Seinfeld in this line as well. So there are duplicates. What if I wanted to remove them? And if I run unique characters, is it going to work? Not really, because you see Jerry Seinfeld is still here, and this Jerry Seinfeld is still here. So in order to remove duplicates using the unique command, you will have to run sort command first, so it could sort the file in alphabetical order and then remove the duplicates. So it will be sort the file. The file is sorted. Now take that output through the pipe command, and now you could do unique. All right, now tell me if you see Seinfeld more than once. There is one Jerry Seinfeld. There's a second one, but this is not exactly the same as this one because this one has this colon. So that's why it's considered different. Okay, very good. So we got rid of all the duplicates. Now, what if I wanted to count the number of occurrences of each unique line in a sorted file? So we have this output of in a sorted manner. And what if I wanted to see which line was duplicated? So we do -C, and you will see right here, it will tell you Helen Seinfeld was duplicated line, Jerry Seinfeld was duplicated line, the rest is all single occurrence. Okay, next one is keep. What if you wanted to keep only the first occurrence of each unique line, discarding subsequent duplicates? Well, you could do the same thing and simply do U, and it will get rid of it, what you are looking for, and get you the result. Beautiful. Now, what if you want to keep only the lines that have duplicates? That is, remove unique lines. Okay, so we'll do the same thing and use -D. And it got rid of everything but the duplicates. Excellent. All right, moving on to our next command, which is the cut command. The cut command, as I mentioned, is used to extract columns or even characters. So let's say we have this file called characters, and I wanted to get the first column based on the space. So it will be cut -D space single quote space single quote -F field 1 of characters. So basically what this is doing is it's cutting out based on the D delimiter, and that is the space, and give me the first field from this file after that, and you're gonna see you got the first column. This is not gonna give you this one because it is considering as one word. Yes. Okay, very good. Now, what if you want to cut out the first 2 characters from the characters.txt file? You could do cut -C 1 through 2 characters. See, it gives you only the first 2 letters of the file. But if you want the first 3 letters, you could do the same thing, first 3 letters. But you want 4, let's keep moving on. Now, what if you want from 2 to 3? Yes, you could do that. You see, it gives you the second letter and the third letter from the file. So that's how the cut command works. Very simple and similar to awk. However, awk does not give you the extraction of characters. So now moving on to our last command, which is wc, or sometimes is referred as waka. All right, if you wanted to get the number of lines in a file, so let's say we have this file characters. I wanted to know how many lines are there. You could just simply do wc minus l characters, and it'll give you there are 17 lines. Nice. What if you wanted to count the number of words in a file? You could do wc minus w characters. It would tell you there are 30 words. All right, what if you wanted to do the same thing for characters, meaning letters? You could do minus c. It will tell you there are 232 letters. Beautiful. What if you want all that information in one shot? Okay, you could just do simply wc characters, and it will give you everything that you're looking for. All right, excellent. Once again, please remember we learned awk command, grep command, and we learned sort, unique, cut, and wc command. Practice them, of course. In the next video, let's cover some of the security features of the Linux file system. Linux is distinguished from many other operating systems by its robust security features, which are one of its primary strengths. In this video, we will explore how Linux effectively manages and implements security measures for files and directories. So please note, there are 3 types of file permissions on each file and directory. There is a read, there is a write, and there is an execute. So who could read, who could write, and who could actually run that file as a shell script? So there are 3 types of permissions that you should know. Okay, so those permissions are represented on a file. When you do ls minus l, you will see the very first column, the file attributes that show up as read, write, and execute. That's how those permissions are assigned. Okay, then these 3 types of permissions are applied at 3 different levels. Okay, those 3 different levels are ownership level, group ownership level, and everyone else, which is others. These 3 levels are assigned at 3 different bit levels. So if you do once again, ls minus l, the very first column you will see has 10 bits. The first bit actually tells you whether it's a file or a directory, right? The remaining 9 bits are actually used for permissions. Read, write, execute at a different level. So the very first 3 bits after the first bit of directory or file is used for ownership, meaning the permissions assigned at the ownership level, or if I am the creator of the file, that will be my permission. The second 3 bit sets are at the group level. If I belong to, let's say, IT group, then that IT group permission, whether it's read, write, executable, will be assigned on these 3 bits. And the last 3 bits will be for others, all other users in the system. Okay, of course, these permissions do not apply most of the time for root users, because root user can do anything in the system, delete, remove, write to any file or a directory. So permissions are assigned to files and directories with the change mod command. Sometimes it is referred as chmod command. All right, very good. So Let's get right into our system. Let's log in there and we will try to assign these permission. First view the permission and then assign the permission to the files that we could create. Okay, so we are logged into the system. And how do you know that you are logged in as yourself? Because as we know, right here, it tells you you are logged in yourself. The first right here, this place, this tells you you're logged in yourself or a regular user to this server. Okay, excellent. Now, which directory are you in? You are in /home/ifzol. Very good. What's inside of this directory? Well, you know the command ls-l, and these are all the files and directories that are inside. The very first column right here. By the way, all of this information is the metadata or the information about a directory or a file. But the very first column is the one that actually defines the permissions of a file or a directory, ignoring the very first character or letter. The very first bit is set to identify whether it's a directory or whether it's a file. So let's ignore these. Then comes these bits, starting with right here with R. You notice right here, this is the permission for user or owner of the file. So owner of the file is ifzol right here. This owner has read, write, and executable, meaning the owner can read the file or read the directory, write to the directory or delete the directory, and execute if it was a script. Well, if you don't have executable, you cannot go into the directory either. Then we go to the second set of permission, which states right here, read just the bit and execute, meaning the group this directory belongs to, which is the group name is ifzol2. This group is only allowed to read and execute, meaning and the group or any user that belong to this group cannot delete this directory because it doesn't have W or write permission. The last three bits for everyone else, meaning everyone else can read and can get into this directory. Similarly, just like the group, the permission we have for group, they cannot delete it. Okay, so now you should know these are the 9 bits that we are talking about, which actually identifies the permission. That's where you do the permission assignments. Let's get into assigning the permission, how it gets assigned. All right, so let's make a directory first, and let's call it box. Then let's see if the directory is created by running ls-l command, and you will see the box is right here. It has a permission automatically assigned, a pre-assigned permission that the operating system assigned based on the user profile. It is created by ifzol. ifzol belongs to the group ifzol itself and the name of the directory. All right, by the way, if you run ls-l, it will list everything in alphabetical order. But if you do ls-l tr, then it will list everything based on the most recent file or directory created. See, the box came all the way at the end. Okay. Now, let's go inside of the directory we created, box. What's inside of it? Of course, nothing, because there isn't anything we created yet. Now, let's create a file using the touch command and call the file security1.txt. Okay, now let's see The file is created? Yes. Now, when the file is created, it has a certain predefined permission that will be assigned at a user profile. Right here, the very first one tells you that this is a file because there's no letter D to it. The first 3 bits read write, meaning the owner can read and write, but cannot execute because, of course, it's not a script, it's just a simple file. Group, the second 3 bits, can only read it, but cannot delete it. Others, anyone else who comes to this directory can read it, but cannot delete it. So these are the permissions. Now, let's say if you want to set read, write, and executable permission for the owner and read permission for the group and others. So first of all, I want to set the read, write, executable permission for the owner. So for that, we'll use the command change mod and U for user, because the user itself is you. What do you want to assign? Equal, we want to assign read, write, execute. Very good. To who? To security1 text file. Okay, very good. Now notice, pay close attention. Right here, what we are trying to do is the very first 3 bits we want to do read, write, which is already there. But now we have X here too, to executable. So it will add this X right here once we run this command. All right, let's see if it worked. ls minus L. Excellent. It did work. See, it gave read, write, and execute. Okay, very good. All right, moving on. Now, what if we want the group to have read as well or write as well, for example? If the group already has read, but we want to assign write right here. Okay, for that, we'll do the same command, chmod. And this time we are doing on the group level. So we do G equal W because we just wanted to give write permission, right? Yes. To which file? security1.txt. Okay. ls minus L. See what it did? It gives you the read, but it took away the write. We wanted both. So what we'll do, we'll run the command again, and this time we'll add R in there as well. Okay, now let's see it did it or not. Yes, it did. Nice, very nice. Okay, now what if I wanted to take away the read option or read security from others? Okay, for that, same command, and others are identified with the letter O. Now, of course, for that, we have to do minus, take away R from this of security1.txt file. Aha, let's see if it worked. It did. Beautiful. So you could assign or you could add permission by giving equal sign or plus sign. You could take away permission by minus sign. Okay, now let's say if I wanted to set read and executable permission for the owner and no permission for the group and others. Okay, for that, change mod user, which is owner. We want to set read and write permission for the, read and executable permission for the owner. For the group, we want read-only permission. And of course, for the others, read-only as well. Okay, so we could combine that entire syntax into one. U equal Rx, comma, G equal read, comma, other equal read to the file. Excellent. See how powerful Linux becomes when it comes to assigning permission? Okay, so now what if I wanted to give executable permission to this file and I wanted to give it to everyone? So for that, you could simply do change mod. Everyone would be all. So now this is a new letter, all, equal or plus. So let's use plus this time. And what do you want to assign? You want to assign executable permission to everyone else of security1.txt file. Beautiful. Let's see if it works. It did. See, at the end of the third bit is the executable. Assigned at user, assigned at group, and assigned at others. Right here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's see if you wanted to set read and executable permission to a directory and its subdirectory or files at a user level. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is let's go one step back out of the box directory and let's check the box right here. This is the box directory, right? I want to give user, only the user, right here is the user, these first 3 bits. I want to give read and execute for everything inside and this directory as well. So you do change mod -R. It will cascade down recursively u plus rx box. You could use slash or not, that doesn't matter. Hit enter. Now verify it, and you will see it has R and X at user level. Now let's go back to the box inside and make sure it has R and X at the file level as well. Excellent. And if it had subdirectories inside a box, it would have taken that same permission, cascaded down. All right, so that's how you could assign permission to files and directories at user, group, and others level. Now, in the next chapter, we will cover some of the advanced level RHEL administration. So stay tuned, and we got a lot to cover. Welcome to Red Hat Enterprise Linux Advanced Administration. In this chapter, we will cover some of the advanced level RHEL administration, such as user and group management, monitoring those users that we create, system information command that you would need to find out what kind of system you're running, system resource management command, other system management command. There are more additional command that we will be covering. Then we'll get into RHEL networking, how we could manage an operating system internal network. We'll cover some of the commands and files. Then we'll have system updates. Then the last one that we'll cover in this chapter is getting help in Red Hat Enterprise Linux. All right, so let's start with user and group management. So user group management, managing users' account in Linux environment is a crucial responsibility for a system administrator. It is essential for them to possess the knowledge of adding, modifying, and deleting user accounts on Linux. So here are some of the commands that are commonly used in the user account management. The first one is user add. This is the command that is used to create new users. Then we have group add to create, of course, group. Then we'll have user mod. If we have user already created and we wanted to modify some of the user parameters, then we will use user mod. Then we have user delete to delete the users that are already created, and same thing When you're deleting users, there might be group as well that you want to get rid of, and you will use group delete command. All right, so once we use these commands to create and add users or change user information or security, all that information is added into some configuration file. So those user configuration files are etc password. That's where the user information is saved. And in terms of like what is the user ID, username, user shell, user home directory, all that information is saved into this file. And of course, we'll cover once I log into the system. Another file is etc group, where all the group information is saved. And then we have etc shadow, where user password credentials information is saved in encrypted way. You cannot just view the file and see the password, it'll be encrypted. So let's log into our Linux machine and run some of these commands. All right, so we are logged into our Linux system, and first thing you need to know who you are logged in as. You're logged in as yourself, as a regular user to the right Linux machine. Make sure you're not logged into the production machine, and that's the way to find out what is the host name of that Linux machine you're logged in. Okay, so now in order to create or manage user account in Linux, you have to have root level privilege. So you need to log in as root to create users or modify users. As a regular user, you cannot perform these tasks. So in order for you to become a root, you have to run command su, which is for switch user hyphen, and hit enter. And it will prompt you to enter the root account password. Okay? So once the correct password is provided, you will see your prompt is now changed from $sign to $sign. And now you don't see your own username. Instead, you see the root username. And of course, the same host name stays the same because we are still logged into the same server. And again, $sign changes to pound. Okay, so the very first command that we will run, we can try user add command, and we will go ahead and create a user. So simple command, simply run user add. Now you need to specify the argument that what is the username that you want to add. So we will pick any username. So in this case, as an example, we'll pick J Smith and hit enter. Okay, beautiful. So now the user account is created. We got a prompt back. So every time we get a prompt back without any error message, it means the command worked. Now, if it did work, then how do we verify just to make sure? So there's a command that you run called id space J Smith. So this will tell us everything about J Smith. So here, when you enter, you'll see it tells you the UID, which is the user ID for J Smith, is 1002. The username that is picked is J Smith, which we did specify. The group ID, since we did not specify a group or group ID where this user J Smith belongs to, so what the user add command does is it creates a group on its own with the same username that you have, and it will pick the group ID on its own, which will be an incremental number from the last group that was created by the system or by any other user. Okay, so now you could see the user ID is JSmith and group ID is the same thing because we didn't specify the group name, but that's fine. Then the group ID, and JSmith is the user that belongs to that group. Okay, so that's the information. Now, another way to find the information and confirm that JSmith is created is when you do cat on the user configuration file, which is etc password. Now, just remember, password is not the whole word. It's PASSWD. It does not have OR inside. It's a short. So when you hit enter, you're going to see the very last line that will have the most recently created user information. So right here is the very last line in which we created a user. So we will go over each field one by one. The very first field, by the way, in this file, each field is separated by colon. See right here? This is the colon. This is the colon. This is right here, another colon. Okay, so very first field or column is JSmith, which is a username. Second column, which is right here, X, which actually a password, which is X right now, because in order for you to view the password or information of the password that is saved, you have to go to etc shadow. So it's just a holder for the password. Then you have the third field is the user ID that is assigned to JSmith. Then the fourth one is the group ID that is assigned to JSmith. Then you have fifth column. Right now, you don't see anything inside of fifth column because it's just a description of the user. We could define the description of the user anytime after creating it. Then we have the next field, which is home JSmith, which means that this is the home directory that the user add command created for this user. And the last field actually indicates that this is the shell that is given to user JSmith, which is /bin/bash. So all that information is assigned to the user when you run the command user add. If you just wanted to view just the information about JSmith from that etc password file, do you remember which command you could use to pull that information? Well, you could do grep JSmith from etc password file. Hit enter and you will see it will not give you all the other information inside of etc password. It will only give you the information that you have asked for, which is JSmith. Okay, excellent. Now this is how you know you could create a user using user add. Now you could use many different options with user add as well. For example, you could also create a user with specific home directory. So if you want a user to have a different directory and you are the one you're specifying and you don't want the user to have the home directory the same as its own username, then you could do is user add -d is to create the directory inside of /home, and let's call it dir1, and we will create and we will assign that home directory to the new user called CJ, and we'll hit enter. And right now you'll see as you do cat etc password, you'll see right here at the bottom the CJ account is created and /home/dir1 is the directory that is assigned to the user CJ. Excellent. Okay, so let's say if you want to create a user with specific user ID, you could do user add -u and pick any user ID that is not, of course, not used previously, and then give the name, let's say, bfly, and hit enter, and you will see the user bfly is created. Let's grep for bfly in Etsy password file, and you'll see right here the user ID that is chosen as you specified is 2000. Okay, let's use another option for user add is minus C option to add user description. So to create a user with additional information, you could do user add minus C. For example, Linux developer, and the username is Linus Torvalds. Of course, as we know, Linus Torvalds was the Linux developer who came up with the Linux kernel code. So we are just creating a username by its name, and we are specifying its description as well. So hit enter. Perfect. It is created. Now let's make sure that information of Linus Torvalds is there. So we'll do grep L Torvalds from Etsy password. And there you have it. It's a username, user ID, group ID, and the description is right here. You could also do ID on L Torvalds, and you will see other information about the user, its user ID, username, group information, and all that. Okay, so now all that we learned is about user add. Now, what if you want to create a group? So it's very simple. All you do is do group, add the group name. For example, accounting. Okay, it is created. Now, where is it created or where the information is saved? You could do cat Etsy group to find that information. And you see the very last one is the group that we just created. And by the way, if you notice, these are all the users that we created using user add command. And while it created its information in Etsy password, it also creates its user group information in Etsy group. You can also change a user group or add a user to a different group using minus G option. So for example, if you wanted to change a user and add it to a different group, you could use the user mod command. Okay, so let's move down to user mod. So user mod, as it stands for, user modification or user modify. Let's say if you wanted to modify the username of, for example, J Smith, and you wanted to change it to K Smith, you could just do with minus L option, user mod, user K Smith does not exist. Oh, okay. It's the other way around, actually. It's J Smith to K Smith. Okay. Now let's do that. So now we have modified J Smith with K Smith. So now if you do cat Etsy password, you will see the very last line. You see K Smith right here. See, it modified the username, but it did not modify the home directory, which you could change it later on. Okay, so that's when you could use user mod to change the username. Also, let's say if you wanted to add K-Smith to a group called accounting, the one we created earlier. So we'll use user mod minus G. Accounting is the group name. And who are we adding in that group? We're adding K-Smith. Beautiful. How do we know it worked? Let's cat Etsy group and you will see all the way at the bottom, you'll see accounting is the group, and the user that is added to that group is Case Smith. If you do ID Case Smith, you will see that this user Case Smith is added to its own group right here, 1003, and it's also added to accounting group as well, which is 2002. So a user can be added into multiple groups. All right, very good. So let's say if you wanted to lock a user, or if you wanted to lock a user account, you could just do user mod minus uppercase L, the name, which is, for example, in our case, Ejon will pick. It is locked. If you wanted to unlock, you could just do minus U and it will unlock. Unlocking user password would result in a passwordless account. You should set the password with user mod minus P to unlock this user password. That's fine. The reason it's asking or it's giving this error message is as we have created all these users, we haven't specified their passwords to any of the users, which is, by the way, is one of the things you have to do. So once we go over all the commands, then we'll do the password command. The last two commands that we wanted to use is user delete. So let's say if you wanted to delete bfly. All right, simply gone. So let's say if it exists in etc password, grep bfly etc password. No, it does not exist because we deleted it. Now let's say if we wanted to delete the group we created accounting. Yep, it's gone. Let's confirm grep accounting etc group. Yep, it's gone. Beautiful. Okay, so now let's cat etc password again, and let's pick a user. Let's say we pick CJ, and now we need to specify a username. So of course, when you create a user account, you have to give a password for that user so that user can put in a credentials, username, and password to log in. And the command for that is simply passwd followed by the username, which is CJ. Hit enter, and it will prompt you changing password for user CJ. Put in the new password. So give it a new password, and it will ask you to confirm. It's saying bad password because I pick a short password, but that's fine since this is a lab environment. That is perfectly fine. It says password, all authentication tokens updated. Okay, very good. So now you notice, so let me grep for CJ in etc password, and you'll see the entry is there and it has this little X. Now let me go to the file CJ of etc shadow, which has all the information of encrypted passwords. There you have this encrypted password for the user account CJ. Okay, now let's do cat etc shadow again. Okay, and you will see right here, only CJ has this long row. The reason the other users don't have it, because we did not run the password command on these users to set or specify their passwords. All right, very good. I think we learned a lot in this video. We learned everything about how to add user, how to add group, then how to modify them. Then, of course, to delete these users and groups. And we also learned the password command to set the user account passwords. All right. Since we know how to create these users, now it's time we learn how to monitor the users in the next video. In this video, we will learn how to monitor users that are created in Linux system. So monitoring users in Linux serves several purposes, including security, compliance and auditing, troubleshooting and performance optimization, accountability and user behavior, and capacity planning, and so on. So it provides administrators with valuable insights into user activities and system health, enabling them to proactively address issues and maintain a secure and efficient system environment. So the common commands to monitor users and their activities are as follow. Who is the command that will list who or which users logged in. W performs pretty much the same function. Then we have the last command, which will give us the information of all the user activities, whether they logged in or logged out. And the last one is by checking system logs. System variable logs that changes frequently, which stores all the secure information about the system. Now let's go right into our Linux system and run these commands to understand how these commands work. All right, so we are logged into the system and we are logged in as root. And we are logged into our server. The server name is RHEL server. Perfect. Now, the reason we logged in as root because there are system logs for security purposes are only allowed by the root user to view those logs. So that's why we have to log in as root. But there are other commands that we can run like who or w or these commands. You don't have to be root user to run those commands. The very first command, again, is what we're learning is who. Who is the one that tells you who is logged into the system right at this moment, right now. So as you could see, the first column will tell you the username of the logged in user. The second column tells you the terminal device associated with the user session, such as PTS0 or seed0 or TTY1 or 2. These are the two fields. The third field is actually tells you the login time. So the date and time when the user logged in. Then we have the remote host or display right here, how they are logging in or how are they looking at the screen. So for remote logins, the IP address of the host name of the remote host from where the user logged in. So if they're logged in from another machine and that machine has an IP address, that IP address will show up right here. So for local logins, it displays the display number of, for example, TTY or login screen, things like that. Okay, so if you want to display only the user names of the logged in user, then you could do is a who minus q, which will only display the username. Okay, if you want to display the login time or session ID and terminal of each logged in user, then you could do who minus uppercase H, which will give you that information without that who or any option. Okay, let's clear the screen. The next command we will learn is W. W command has a lot more output than just who command. So let's go over each field one by one. The very first field tells you the username who's logged in. The second column tells you terminal device, same thing as what we just covered in who command. Then we have the third column, which tells you from logging in from, it is the time when the user logged in. Okay, then we have idle, which is duration of inactivity since the last user activity. Then we have JCPU, which is total CPU time used by all processes attached to the user's terminal. Then you have PCPU, right here, second to the last column. That's where we are, which tells you CPU time used by the current process. Then we have what? Meaning the command executed by the user or the current process. All right, so it tells you everything about the users, even the command they're running, how much CPU they're using, what's the idle time, where they're logging in from, a lot of information. So if you have a hacker coming in and logged into your system, you could tell right away what they're logged in from and what are they doing, meaning what command they're running. All right. Then we go into the third command that we will learn, which is the last command. So here is a breakdown of the output. Okay, the very first column, as you know, you should know by now what is this first column is the username, of course. And the second column is, which we covered in both of the above command, is the terminal device associated with the user session. Then the third column shows the IP address or the host name from where the user logged in. If I'm logging in from another computer, it will show the host name or IP address of that computer. The fourth column shows you the timestamp, which is Wednesday, June 7th. So this is the timestamp when it's logged in. Okay. And then we have, if a user is still logged in, message will appear right here, the last column, because as Ifzal, I'm still logged in. Very good. And then all those other users that were logged in, but now they are logged out. And you see they're logged out and their time duration. Meaning when they logged in, how long they stayed in the system. So that information, all that is very, very useful information when it comes to finding out if your system is having issue and you wanted to go in for security purposes to see who's coming in. Just like as if you have a security camera in your home and someone break into your house, what do? You go and look into your security cameras and look for recordings. This is like a security cameras inside of your system that tells you who's coming in, where they're coming in from, and what they've been doing. Then we have system logs, one of the last thing in which this is not a command, but there are logs that are generated which records the user activity. So one of the logs is in cd var log directory, and the file name is, let's do ls-ltr, and the file name is right here, which is called secure. If I view this file right now by using the command more, you will see all the information about the users or what they try to do. So on, for example, June 6th, RHEL server, this is our server. We ran the command user add. By the way, this is the command we ran in the last video. It actually see how it is recording everything. And it's telling it the Ifzal, add Ifzal to the group wheel or the shadow or wheel. And then as you go down, you hit the space bar and you come down all the way. You will see everything we did. Look, we created the group accounting, right? We removed the group and a user, bfly. We added the K-Smith into the group accounting. See, everything we did related to user, it's all here, all recorded. So if something goes wrong and someone tells you, hey, that wasn't me who created this user, or that wasn't me who deleted this user, then you could come into this file to find out the real truth. In the next video, we will explore tools that are used to pull system information. When you have your operating system in a diverse work environment that involves managing multiple flavors and versions of Linux, it is frequently necessary to obtain system information upon logging in. So, the commonly utilized tools or commands for this purposes include uname, which is commonly used to retrieve system information in a Linux environment. It provides details about the operating system and the kernel version that you are running on your system. The next command is dmid code. This command allows you to extract details from the system's BIOS, which is basic input and output, and it uses the desktop management interface, which is DMI, to pull that information. It provides comprehensive information about your system hardware components, such as motherboard, BIOS, CPU information, memory, storage devices, serial number, manufacturer, and much, much more. All right, the next command we have is arch. Arch command stands for architecture. The arch command is used to display the system architecture or machine architecture information. It provides information about the hardware architecture or on which the Linux operating system is running. All right, the next command is the host name. The host name command is very simple. As you run it, you will know the name of your Linux operating system. And this command, by the way, is used quite frequently because every time a user log in or an administrator logs into the system, they should run hostname to know if they are logged into the right system or right hostname before executing any other commands. Then the next one is simply a file. This file, which is etc, which is located in etc directory, and the file name is redhat-release. It's a text file found in Red Hat based distribution such as RHEL or CentOS. It contains information about the specific version and release of your Linux distribution. All right, now let's go right into our system. Let's log in as root, because some of these commands do require root level permissions to run. All right, so very first command that we will run is uname. But if you notice, you are logged in as root right here, and you are logged into the right system, which is right here. Okay. You could also find out about your user login by running the command who am I, and will tell you you're logged in as root. So first command that we're learning is uname, which will tell you, of course, the operating system. If you want to know everything that uname has to offer, then you use -a option, which will tell you the operating system name, the host name, the version of your kernel, and the date and time, and the architecture right here of your machine. All right, now let's go to the next command, which is dmid code. And by the way, as soon as you run this command, it will print so much information on the screen. That information cannot be read right on one shot. You have to scroll up, or I'll put that stream into more. So let's say if you run it, you see a lot of information is on the screen. So if you could scroll up, you will find all the information. So the very first thing is the dmid code version, which is the actual version you're running. Then it comes down to BIOS information. It gives you the ROM information, the release. Then it gives you system information, manufacturer, product number, serial number, baseboard, and bunch of information. So if you don't see the processor or memory information, then it means that you are most likely running on virtualization software. You can definitely run other commands to get your CPU or memory information, which we will cover later on. All right, the next command is arch, which is in short for architecture. Very short and sweet command. It will tell you that your system is 64-bit operating system. Very good. We're going to keep moving. The next command is hostname, which, as I mentioned, should be run frequently, or every time you log into your system, you should run this command. If your host name is not displayed right on your prompt. Okay, just that simple. Now the last one. It's not a command, it's the file that we're going to view, which will display the information about the RHEL distribution. So if you want to know what is the distribution of Linux you're running and what version, you could go to this file by simply doing cat etc red hat release and hit enter. It will tell you exactly that it's a RHEL operating system with the version and name of the version. All right, very good. I hope you got all the information as to how to pull the information about your Linux operating system. In the next video, we will be covering some system resource management commands. In this video, we will be covering the system resource management commands. Now, there are various commands available in Linux for system monitoring, each providing different type of information. So let's go over some of the commands that I have jotted down for you that are the most important commands that will give you all the information that you're looking for. The very first command to actually monitor everything about your system in terms of resources is top. Top command is one of my favorite, and I would say it's one of the favorites for every system administrator whenever they see a system being stressful and they want to monitor to find out exactly what's going on. It gives you all the information about CPU, memory, and a lot more, which we will cover once we log into the system. Then we have a free command, which will tell you about the system memory. Then we have df command, which will give you the disk information and its partition. Then we have du, stands for disk utilization, how much directory or file is utilizing how much disk space. Then we have uptime, how long the system been up for. D messages to give you the messages about your Linux, so a lot more in details, also about your boot, how the system booted up. Then we have PS, which will list everything about your processes. And the last thing that I have in my list is the var log messages. Definitely review these variable log messages to find your system health. Let's go dive right into our system and go over each of this command one by one. Okay, so I'm here logged into my system and I'm logged in as root. I would recommend that you do log in as root as well. Okay, so the first command that we will cover is the top command. When I run the top command, it displays real-time information about system processes, including CPU information, memory information, process ID, and resource utilization. So if you start from the top, it'll tell you the time the system is up for, how many users logged in, and load average, which is 5, 10, and 15 minutes. Then you have total tasks that are running. Only one total task the system has. One is running, 192 are sleeping. Then comes the CPU information, how much CPU, idle, how much is in use. Then you have memory information, how much memory we have in the system, how much is used, how much is free. And same thing goes for swap, which is the virtual memory. Okay, now we have many different columns in this top command. So let's go over one by one, and I'm going to go over, of course, really quick. The very first one is process ID. When you run a command or any process, it generates a process ID, and it will tell you in the very first column when you run this command. Then you have the second command, user. Which user or who is the one that's running that command? Then you have PR, which is the priority of the process. Higher values indicate higher priority. Then you have NI in the fourth column, which in short, nice value, the niceness of the process, which affects its scheduling priority. Higher value indicates lower priority. The next column is virt, which is for virtual memory, the total virtual memory used by that specific process. Then we have next one is res, which is the resident memory, the non-swapped physical memory RAM used by that process. Okay, moving on. This is SHR, in short for shared memory, the amount of shared memory used by that process. S, what is the status right now? The current status of the process, such as R for running and S for stop. Okay, and there you can also probably see like Z for zombie and things like that. Then we have CPU, percentage. The percentage of CPU time used by the process since the last update. Same thing goes with the memory, how much memory percentage. Then you have time, the total CPU time consumed by the process since it started, including both user and system time. And the last column is the command. All right. So everything or whatever that you're running, all the associated information is on the left, and the actual command or the process is showing on the right. So that's the top command. Again, as I said, it gives you a lot of information, and all that, a lot of information is very useful. So let's say if you run this command and your system is running slow, you're trying to find out why your system is running slow. You run this command, you come in here and you see, hey, there's this command maybe running ABC commands, some command, let's say a Java command, and it is using up 100% of CPU. Okay, so you identify the problem. Now you say, I want to stop this. So how do I stop it? You have to identify its process ID, which is right here. And then you go and stop that process. Okay, now let's get out of this top command by pressing Q on your keyboard, and it will get you your prompt back. All right, let's clear the screen by typing clear. The next command we will learn is free. Free command shows memory usage and available system memory. It includes total, used, and free memory as well as swap space information. Okay, next command is disk information. So DF. DF is a disk information for the file system. The first one, by running the DF command without any option, first of all, or any argument, it provides an overview of disk space usage for all mounted file system in a tabular format, meaning that you have tabs in the middle of each column. The output includes information such as file system, right here, and used space, available space, and mount point, of course. So available, and it gives you usage in percentage as well. So if you have an issue with your file system, you could run this command and you will know which file system or mounted partition on the file system is using a lot of disk space. And then you could go in and find out which file or directory is using that much disk space, so you could empty out or delete that. Okay, so now that's when the next command comes in. In order for you to find out which file or directory is using up all that space, you have a command du. So when you run du, which is in short disk usage, this is a command is used to estimate and display the disk usage of files and directories. It provides information about the space occupied by files and directories recursively within a given path. So when you run du, it will provide disk usage for a current directory. So my current directory is /root. So it's giving me the information about only this directory. So if I wanted to know the information about a home directory, let's say ifzol, I will do du/home/ifzol, and it will give me the information about all the files and directories I have in /home/ifzol and the size of every file and directory. Now, if I wanted to sort that in the reverse order with the highest usage of disk on top, I could do that by running the same command, then piping the output stream into sort and in numerical order, but I want it in reverse. So you see, the least uses the bottom, the highest use is going to be on the top. So if I scroll up, you're going to see right here, okay, the highest disk usage is /home/ifzol directory, which is itself, of course. Then the second highest comes down is Firefox, Mozilla, and so on and so forth. If you identify any file in this directory that you feel like, I could get rid of it and reclaim the space, well, du is your tool who has given you that information so you could go in and delete and free up your disk space. All right, excellent. Moving on. The next command is uptime. Uptime command is used to display the current system uptime and load average. It provides information about how long the system has been running, the number of users currently logged in, and the system load average over different time intervals. So the last three ones that you see here is about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 15 minutes. These are the load average that you know that how the system is behaving over this every 5-10 minutes period of time. Okay, moving on to the next command, dmessage. And when you run this, of course, it's going to throw a lot of information on your screen. You could actually output the stream into more command, and then you could see one page at a time of a lot of information. Now, what is that information? This dmessage command in Linux is used to display the kernel ring buffer messages. It provides a way to view and analyze systems boot time messages, as well as other kernel related messages that occur during your system runtime. So anything that goes wrong with your system, your kernel is being panicking, you will find all the information through this command. All right, once you are in more, you could get out by simply hitting the Q and you get your prompt back. All right, then moving on to our next command, which is the PS command, which tells you the process status. So the PS command tells you the actual your system PS PID process ID, the terminal, the time, and the shell that you're running. Now, if you wanted to see everything related to your processes, then you run the command ps space minus or hyphen EF and you hit enter and you're going to see a lot of information on the screen. Of course, I wanted to view all that information one page at a time. So I'll run the command again and pipe it to more. So I could view that information one page at a time. All right, here you see the user the PID, the process ID, the parent process ID, the time, the terminal, and the command that user is running. So everything that is related to a process, it will show up here. By the way, anything that you run in Linux or in operating system is actually a process. And while it's running, it has its process ID. When it stops, it disappears, its process ID goes away, and everything goes away. So if you identify any process here that you feel like it's not behaving the way it should be, you could pull its process ID and use the kill command to kill that process. So the next monitoring tool that we will be covering is var log messages. So var log messages is basically a system log file that contains a wide range of system related messages, including kernel messages as well. It collects and stores various log messages from different processes, services, and subsystems on your Linux operating system. So let's go into it, and it is located in var log, and the name of that file is messages. If you notice, which is second to the last right here. So instead of doing cat messages, which is gonna again print so much information on the screen, it's best you do more messages and hit enter, and you will see a lot of information about system hardware. If you have an issue, it will show up warning messages, critical messages, error messages about your processor, memory, your system programs, the application, everything you will see will show up here. This is one of the best logs for a system administrator. Whenever there's an issue with the system, they will come here, view this file first before they jump to conclusion. Okay, so in the next video, we will cover some of the additional system management commands. There are many advanced system management or administration commands, but the most commonly used ones are as follow. The first one is the system CTL or system control command, which allows administrators to interact with systemd and perform various operations. And those operation includes service management, which is a start, stop, restart, enable, disable, and check the status of the system services. Then you have system state control. Manage the overall system state, such as rebooting or shutting down the system. Then you have unit management, which handles various types of unit managed by systemd, including services, sockets, timers, targets, and much more, of course. Now, these units represent specific system components or tasks. Then we have logging and managing logs generated by systemd general, which stores system logs in a structured format. Then we have the next command, the management command is cron tab. Now, cron tab syntax is either cron tab minus E or just cron tab, which will create a cron tab schedule job, or cron tab minus L. Now, cron tab is a scheduler that is used by Linux operating system. If you want to run a job, for example, at night 1 a.m., you could either come in the office and sit in front of your computer and execute that job, or you could schedule that job to run automatically through cron tab. Now, cron tab, again, is a scheduler which will do everything for you while you are not sitting in front of your computer. Okay, so cron job, the format of the cron job is that when you run cron tab on your prompt, So let's say if I'm logged in as ifsol and I run cron tab, it will take me inside of a Vim editor type of scheduler in which I have to use a Vim editor skill to schedule your job. So when I schedule that job, the format of that job should look like this. Now, what are all these fields or these columns for? The very first one that you see, the asterisk or a star, is basically the minutes. You have to put down the minute you want the program or your job to be executed. Then the second one is the hour. Do you want a 1 a.m.? Do you want a 6 p.m.? That's the number of hours you have to define right here in order to have your job executed. Then you have day of the month. Then you have month itself from 1 all the way till 12. And the next one is a day of the week where both 0 and 7. So it goes from 0 to 7, by the way. And 0 and 7 represents Sunday. This specifies the day of the week when the task should run. It can be any value from 0 to 7. You can also use the 3-letter abbreviation, for example, Monday, Tuesday, or WED for Wednesday, to specify the day of the week. All right, then the last one in our format is the command, the actual command that you want to be executed. All right, very good. So now let's log right into our system. And first of all, we'll go through the system control command to see how we could manage our services in Linux environment. All right, so we are here in our system and we are logged in as root because the systemctl command is the command where you would need root level privileges to run that command. So the systemctl command is the command line utility in Linux system that is used for controlling and managing the systemd system services manager. Okay, so when you run systemctl, it gives you all the information about the units or the services that it is managing. Let's say if you want to check the status of one of the services in Linux, and we will pick, as an example, we'll pick SSHD. SSH is the service which allows user to log in to your Linux machine remotely over SSH. Okay, so if I wanted to check the status, I'll hit enter and you will see this will give you the information about that service. It is loaded, it is active, the documentation is process ID, is task, the memory it is using, the CPU, and all the other information on the port, which port is listening, and so forth. So you could actually hit enter or Q to get out of that systemctl status. So it is up and running. Now, what if you want to stop that service? You could do that by running systemctl stop sshd. Okay, it has stopped. How do we know it is stopped? We will verify by running our last command. So hit up arrow key and it will bring you the last command. And here you have, say right here, it is loaded, but it's not running. It's inactive. Okay, now what if I wanted to start it back? You could just bring the last command back and change the status to start, and it will start your SSHD. Again, verify if it's running. Yes, it is active. Beautiful. Okay, so now another service I could show you as an example. So we will go and pick cron-ed. Cron-ed is a service that is used for network time protocol, NTP. So we could manage that service and start stop through systemctl as well. So let's say systemctl, check the status of cron-ed to make sure it's up and running. H, I forgot the H. Okay, so there you have it. It says the client is the NTP client server. That's a service name. It is up and running. Okay, again, we could stop it, we could start it. Whatever we wanted to do with this service, we could do it through systemctl. If you wanted to know what are the list of units or services that are being managed by systemctl and what is up and what is running, you could run the command systemctl list dash units space dash dash type equal service and hit enter. And you will see which one is active, what is the name of the unit, the load, if it's loaded, and since many of them are loaded, but they're not actually running or active. So it tells you that if it's active, it's a description, what is it for. You will know everything about every service that you have running in your Linux system. There are a few services that you will see maybe failed, and it's not running, and you can find more information about it by checking the status. All right, so this is everything about systemd. You could, by the way, also manage your system by shutting it down, rebooting your system through systemctl command. How? You could do simply systemctl reboot, and it will reboot your system, which by the way, we will not do it right now. I will show you, however, at the end, when we are done toward the end of the video. Or we could do power off as well, and it will execute and power off the entire virtual machine. Okay, so let's go to our next command, which is scheduling job. So for scheduling job, I want you to become yourself, like your regular user. So in order to get out of root account, you have to type in exit, and it will bring you back to your IFSol account. As you can see on your prompt, you have your username. Okay, now if you wanted to see if you already have any job scheduled, you could do cron tab -L, and it will tell you if there is any job. So it tells you no cron tab for IFSol. Okay, very good. That's fine. Now I wanted to create a cron tab, and that is, I want to run a command which will create a file named schedule1 in my home directory at, for example, 1 a.m. at nighttime. So this is my requirement, because I don't want to come in the office and create that file manually. So what I will do is I will do cron tab, and this time I'll do -E to edit and hit enter. As soon as you hit enter, as I told you, you will be in the Vim editor type of mode, and you will need to have a Vim editing skill to enter or create a schedule job. I wanted to create a file called schedule1 at 1 a.m. at nighttime, only in the month of June. Okay, so let's start with minute. Let's first hit I for insert. Now the minutes are going to be exactly 00. That's for minutes. Now hours. So 01, because 1 a.m. is the time. Day of the month. I wanted to run it every day, so we will choose star or asterisk. Which month? The fourth field is month. I want to run it on June. So June is 06. Okay. Now, day of the week, which day of the week you want to run? I want to run it every day of the week, which is asterisk. Now, the actual command, which is touch schedule.txt file. And since it is created by ifzol, automatically it will create this file in my home directory. Okay, now if I wanted to save it, I will escape out of insert mode, then hit colon W Q, right, and quit and hit enter. Now, if I wanted to see if there is any job that's been scheduled, I could run cron tab -L to view any scheduled jobs, and it will give me the scheduled job. Beautiful. So now if I come back tomorrow and I look into my home directory, I will sure see the schedule.txt file created, which will be created at 1 a.m. in the morning. Excellent. All right. So we learned definitely very good and one of the most valuable commands in this video. So now in the next video, we will discuss some of the important tools and utilities used in RHEL networking. Linux provides a variety of networking commands that allows you to manage network interfaces, troubleshoot network issues, and gather network-related information. Here are some of the commonly used networking commands in Linux that we will learn in this video. The very first one and mostly used in troubleshooting is the ping command. Ping sends ICMP echo request packet to a specified IP address or domain to check network connectivity and measures round trip time. So you could do, for example, you could do ping google.com and will send ICMP echo request to Google server, and the Google server, if it's there, it will respond back and says, yes, I am here. All right, the next command is ifconfig or IP address. So ifconfig command displays information about the network interfaces, including IP addresses and network mask and other network related settings. However, ifconfig is being phased out now in favor of the IP command. The IP command is a powerful command for managing network interfaces, routes, and other networking parameters. It can perform tasks like configuring IP addresses, setting up routes, managing virtual interfaces, and much more. So, for example, if you have a command IP address show, if you run that, it will display the IP addresses assigned to your network interfaces. If you run the command IP route show, this will show the routing table. And if you run the command IP link and set your network interface to up, then it brings up the interface, but that interface named ETH0. Now for a virtual machine, your interface will most likely be ENP0S3. All right, moving on, the next command is the wget command. This command is a popular utility in Linux that allows you to download files from the web using HTTP, HTTPS, and FTP protocols. It provides a simple and straightforward way to retrieve files from remote servers. So if you have a Windows machine and you want to download a file on a server, so you go to the website, www.whatever.com, you click on the link and your file that you're trying to download will start downloading. So it's just that simple in Windows. But in Linux, you could use the wget command because it's all command line mostly. You could run the wget command followed by the actual URL of that downloadable file, and it will start downloading where your current location is. Okay, the next one is NMTUI utility. The NMTUI stands for Network Management Text User Interface. It is a command line tool in Linux that provides a text-based interface for managing your network connection using Network Manager. With NMTUI, you can easily configure and control network settings, including wired and wireless connections. And then another network command that is useful in RHEL networking is ethtool, which is in short for Ethernet tool. It is a command line utility in Linux used for viewing and modifying network interface settings. It provides information about Ethernet devices and allows you to configure parameters related to network interfaces. All right, now we have learned everything about these commands. The next step is let's go and run them. Okay, so now we are logged into our Linux system and we are logged in as IFSol. We could leave that login user as is because of course we are not making changes to our network or we are not configuring any network setup. So if you have to change any network setting, then you have to become a root user. The first command that we had in our list was the ping command. So if you want to find out if there is another server out there and it is responding and your server can connect to that server over the internet or over the network, then you could use the command ping. And now, most of the time, people put down the IP address of the server or the remote server or the remote machine that you're trying to get the status on. So in our example, we'll use Google as an example because we do not have another remote server. So we'll do www.google.com and hit enter. And as we are sending the ICMP messages, you see right here, these are the ICMP messages, and we are getting a response back. So 64 bytes coming back from this server, and that Google server IP address is right here. This is the IP address of Google. Okay, so it means it is responding. So right now it's going to continue on the screen, keep pinging until you stop this process. And in order to stop this, you could type Control C on your keyboard to get your prompt back. So if you have another server that you wanted to ping in your network, you could ping with its host name or fully qualified domain name, and it will come back and it will tell you whether it's up or not, or whether your machine can connect to that machine. So we could try pinging for example, redhat.com. And you'll see, there you go. We are getting the response. Very good. Do Control C to get out of it. And it tells you, hey, you are getting that response. Now, what if I'm pinging something that is down or not responding? For example, anything.com. Okay, you see? It's not there, it's not responding, it's not in the network, and my command is stuck. All right, very good. So ping is very, very useful. So every time if you're becoming system administrator and you're trying to troubleshoot an issue and a user tells you, hey, I cannot reach server ABC, the very first thing that you have to do is run command ping followed by server ABC to make sure you could reach that server or not. Okay, very good. Next command. Let's clear the screen. Next command, we had it on the list, is ifconfig. All right, this command will list all the interfaces that are available on your Linux operating system. We have two interfaces. One is the local interface, which is LO. This interface will always have an IP of 127.0.0.1. This IP is used for local internal devices communication from process to process, and this interface is used just specifically for that purpose. So what we are looking at is this interface, which is ENP0S3. Now, this interface can differ from manufacturer to manufacturer. In virtual environment, in Oracle VirtualBox, the interface name will be ENP0S3. Let's say if you're using a physical Dell server, it might be ETH0 or ETH1. When you have this information in front of you, you will know that it's telling you the interface is up, broadcast, running, multicast. Its IP address is right here. This is the IP address that is assigned to this interface. Since you have an IP address assigned to your interface, that is the only reason you are able to ping google.com or microsoft.com or any other machine on the network. If there wasn't any IP address right here, then you wouldn't be able to ping anything because you don't have network within your own machine. Then here you have a subnet mask right here, 255.255.255.0. This is the broadcast IP address. And if you wanted to find out the default gateway, you could do netstat minus RNV, which will give you the default gateway, which is right here of your Linux machine. Okay, anyway, let's clear the screen and let's run the next command, which is a newer command, which will eventually replace ifconfig, and that is IP command with the option of ADDR, IP address. If you look closely, it gives us the same information. Now, the local network interface now is showing up above on the top, which has the same information that we had it from ifconfig. Now, the other network or internet interface that is used to communicate outside is ENP0S3, same one that was showing in ifconfig. It has the IP address right here. It has a broadcast address. It has this MAC address of this interfaces right here as well. So a lot of information that you could find from these two commands. All right, the next command that we will learn is what if you want to download a file from the internet. Then you could use the wget command. Now, I already have a link that I wrote it down so I could show you right now how a file can be downloaded. So let's say I wanted to download that file, then you type wget space https, which is the URL of that file, wordpress.org/latest.tar.gz. This is the exact URL of the file that I'm trying to download. Simply hit enter, and there you will see the information, and it says it is connecting to this website, and it is connected. and it sent a request, and request was acknowledged, and it asked for that file to save, and it got that file. Excellent. So let's see if the file is downloaded. Let's do ls-l in our home directory, and you will see right here is the file that got downloaded. See? Because we don't have a GUI or Firefox or Microsoft Edge or any browser for that matter, where we could go to that URL and download. So what choices do we have? We have a tool, wget tool, with followed by the exact URL, which allows us to download that file. Okay, beautiful. We are making so much progress. All right, so next command that we will learn is ETH tool. This command, if you don't run it with the argument, will give you that output. Bad command line argument. For more information, run ETH tool. So that's for help. You could do that, of course, and it'll give you all the information that how you should run it. Anyway, the way you should run it is ETH tool followed by the interface name, which is ENPS0S3. That is the name of the interface that you get when you run the IP command or ifconfig command. Let me run that again. And you'll see right here, this is the name of the interface. So if you wanted to know more information about the interface, meaning not the IP address, not the net mask, but its link status and all that information, then you could do ETH tool, ENP0S3, and hit enter, and you will get all the information associated with that port or with that network interface. You'll see the link if it's full duplex, half duplex, and a lot of information about the speed as well. All right, so the next command is NMTUI, again, which stands for Network Management Text User Interface. When you run this command, it allows you to configure your network right from one editor or utility. Okay, so it gives you three options. One, to edit an existing connection. Second, to activate a connection. And third is set the system host name. Our system host name is RHEL server. If you wanted to change that, you could do it right now. Let's cancel it. Activate a connection. If you have a new connection already in there that is not activated, it will show up and you could activate it. The ENP0S3 is already activated, and the option that therefore you have is to deactivate, which we don't want to do that, but that's one of the things that you could do. Then you have added a connection. So when you select that, you have ENP0S3. Now you could edit that connection, assign a different IP address, the profile name, and right here you have automatically connect. So when your system starts up, you could automatically connect to the network. Or if you have it unchecked, then it won't connect. All right, so you could cancel that again and get out of this utility. This is a very powerful utility. This utility allows you to do everything on your Linux operating system regarding networking. So definitely use this utility to assign IP, change IP, enable, disable network interface connection. Okay, then moving on to other commands that can be used in Linux. Of course, these commands are not just the only commands, but there are many other commands as well. One of the command is the dig command, which will find the information or IP address of a host name. So let's say if you wanted to know the IP address of www.google.com, then you can run this command and it'll give you the IP address right here of Google. Now, same command or which performs similar function is nslookup, followed by www.google.com, and it'll give you the same information, the host name or the URL and the IP address of that. Okay, then the next one I was going to cover is the route command, which I already covered. Sorry, not route, trace route. Trace route is right here. Install package trace route, provide command trace route. Okay, the package is not installed in the system right now, so that's fine. We could leave that. And we go back to netstat. That's the one we covered. This one gives us the gateway information. There are other commands that you could run, route v, which will also give you the information about your gateway and your interface and the destinations and subnet mask. All right, very good. In the next video, now we will be covering system updates and package management. In Linux system, updates and package management are essential for maintaining the security and functionality of your system. In this video, we will cover some of the common tools and commands used for system updates and package management. The very first command that we will learn is yum. And there is a newer command which is going to be replacing yum command eventually, and that is DNF. Now, in today's distribution, both commands are available and both commands perform the same exact function. Let's take the yum command first. Yum stands for Yellow Dog Updater Modifier, used in Red Hat based distributions such as CentOS and Fedora. The commands with yum that you could run, such as yum update, yum install followed by the package name, yum remove followed by the package name, and many other commands. For DNF, which stands for Dandified Yum, a more modern package manager succeeding yum, used in recent Fedora versions. Similar commands to yum, of course, provides everything is exactly the same. All right, then the next command we will learn in this video is the RPM. RPM stands for Red Hat Package Manager. It is a package management system used in Red Hat based Linux distributions such as CentOS and Fedora. It is used for installing, querying, verifying, updating, and removing software packages. All right, without a further ado, let's get right into our system and go through these commands one by one so we'll have a better understanding. As you're logged into the system, make sure you're logged in as root, because you need to be root in order to run yum or RPM commands. Also, always make sure you are logged in the right machine or right server. Okay, the first thing is we could do is yum list installed. This will give me every package that is installed in my Linux system. Okay, quite a lot. If you wanted to know how many those packages are, you could run the same command and take that output stream into the pipe and use the waka command, wc-l, if you remember. We covered that previously. And when you run it, you will get the exact number of lines that came up, and that is 1183, which means 1183 packages are installed in our system. Okay, now if you wanted to search the Red Hat repository to make sure if they have a certain package that you're looking for, then you could run the command yum search. followed by the package that you're trying to search for. In our example, we'll go and search for MySQL. And now it will go to Red Hat repository and check if there are any packages that matches that keyword MySQL. And as you could see, the output came back with so many packages that you could, or that are available that you could install. Beautiful. Okay, the next command that we will learn with the yum and its arguments is to install a package. If you want to install a package that is sitting on a Red Hat repository or CentOS repository, you could run the command yum install followed by the package name. In our example, we are picking up a package Nginx, and we will install it. It's a small package. It's perfect for our training purposes. Go ahead and hit enter. The command comes back and it has some information on the screen. The package is Nginx. The version, the architecture, repository information, the size. Then it also tells you the package has few dependencies. So in order to install this package, you would have to install 3 more packages right here. Then, only then, your package will function properly. And the package that you need and for dependency, here's the architecture, the version, where is it coming from, and the size. So the transaction summary tells you the total packages that this will install are 4. The total download size is 650 kilobyte. The install size is 1.8 meg. So is that okay with you to go ahead with this installation? And if you're okay, go ahead and click yes. Now it will start the search, select the package, download the package, install the package, and verify the package, which it did. Installing, running scriptlet, verifying, install products, updates, installed. All these 4 packages are installed. And you got the message complete. Nice. Now, what if you wanted to make sure that you have this package installed, not just by looking at the output, but you do want to confirm that it is installed in one of your list of install? You could run the same command, yum list installed, or you could do the second command, which is Red Hat Package Manager. And then you could do query all, and whatever the output, which is going to be every package listed here. We don't want every package. What we want a specific package. So we'll grep for that package, and the package name is Nginx. It comes back, and whatever keyword matches this Nginx, it tells you here are the list of all the packages installed. Nice. Okay, now we'll do the same thing for another package. We'll go yum install, and we'll install a small package called telnet. Telnet is a package which allows you to connect from one machine to another. It tells you it's a small package. It's just one package, doesn't have a dependency. Download size, install size. Is it okay? I say go ahead, yes. And it goes in, does its magic, pulls the package down, install it, and completes it. Now, how do we know it is installed? We could run the same utility, rpm-qa, and grep for telnet. And you will get your result back. All right, very good. Keep moving on, and we will run a few other options and arguments with these commands. So now, what if you want to know what are the files associated with the package you installed? So you could do rpm-ql, and the package name nginx. And here you have a list of all the files and directories associated with this package. Same thing we could do for telnet as well, and we'll find all the files and directories associated or downloaded and installed with this package. All right, so we got our package installed, we got our updates, we got the information, and now what if you want to remove the package? So just remember, please be very careful when removing a package from your system, because a lot of time, not just one package, but a lot of other packages are depending on that package as well. So if you are removing it, you will get that warning message. But if you could say, yes, go ahead, delete it, you don't care, then it's possible that you could lose the functionality of other commands. So make sure you consult with your senior system administrator before you remove any package from your system. All right, since we're doing this in lab, we'll go ahead and remove the package we installed by using the command yum, or this time we could use dnf because both perform the same function. Remove the package nginx, and it will go and it found the packages and its dependencies, and it's asking us remove. Okay, yes, remove, and it tells you it is gone. How do we know it's gone? You could run the same command rpm-qa and grep from nginx, and you won't get anything now. Now, if you want to remove telnet package using the rpm command, you could do that as well. rpm-e to remove a telnet package and hit enter, and it is removed. How do you know it is gone? You could run rpm-qa grep for telnet, and you won't get any result. All right. And the first thing that we covered is if you want to update your system, which you should update from time to time, depending on your company policy, you could simply do yum followed by update and hit enter. And it will again go to the Red Hat repository, and it will compare to what you have, how old it is, and what they have, and it'll tell you, hey, these are the packages you have outdated, so go ahead and update. In my case, I have all my packages most recent and updated, so I don't need to do nothing. That's what it's telling you, nothing to do. Complete. Excellent. All right. In the next video, we will learn some of the utilities that can provide help in Linux system. In Red Hat Enterprise Linux, you can find help and support through various resources. These resources are very helpful when diagnosis and troubleshooting system-related issues. Some of these resources are as follows. The very first one is the man command. This command in Linux is used to display manual pages for various commands, utilities, configuration files, and system functions. The manual pages provide detailed documentation and information about how to use and understand specific components of Linux operating system. Then moving on, we have another command called help. In Linux, the help command is a built-in command that provides information and usage instruction for shell built-in commands. It is specific to shell you are using, such as bash or Z shell. The help command is not available for external commands or utilities installed on your system. So keep that in mind, so that it is not available for anything that is not built in. All right, moving on to the next command, which is what is. The what is command in Linux is used to display a brief description or summary of a command or a program. It provides a concise overview of the purpose or functionality of the specified command, making it useful for quickly getting an idea of what a command does without viewing the full manual page. Okay, moving down, the Red Hat support. Of course, if you are subscribed to Red Hat, you have a Red Hat support. And if you, of course, this goes with a valid support subscription. Red Hat offers different support levels that includes phone support, email, and web-based support. You can log support tickets to get help with specific issues or inquiries related to RHEL. Then we have Red Hat documentation. Red Hat provides extensive documentation for RHEL, including installation, administration guides, troubleshooting guides, and much more. The official documentation covers a wide range of topics, and it can help you understand and manage various aspects of RHEL. Now that we covered these 5 resources, let's go log into our system and go through especially the first 3 commands which are available to us within the Linux operating system. All right, the very first command that we will cover is the man command, of course, in short for manual. So if you run the command itself, it'll tell you what manual page do you want. Of course, we need to know what we are looking for. So you run the man again, and let's say we wanted to find out more information about the ls command. As soon as you hit enter, you will get the information about the ls. The first thing it tells you the name. Name is the ls, list directory content, synopsis, description, and all the other options that is available inside of this ls manual page. Now you could use the arrow keys to scroll up and down within the page. Page up, page down can also be used to scroll up and down fast through the pages. You could also use the home key to go all the way to the home, or you could use the end key to go all the way at the end of the page. If you are looking for any specific word or keyword in this manual page, you could simply type slash while you are in man page mode, and then you could type your keyword, for example, stallman, and hit enter, and it will tell you that where this keyword is mashed exactly on which page. Now, if you wanted to quit out of this manual page, you could simply type Q and it will get you out of man. You can actually find more information about the man page or manual itself by running the man command on man. Yes, it's possible, which will give you a lot more information what it could do for you. And you could go down and find out more information, of course. Now, moving on, the next command is the help command. Again, remember the help command will only give you the information for built-in Linux system commands. So you'll do help, and let's say you wanted to know the command about cd, and it will give you, of course, a lot shorter page or manual help for cd. It gives you the option that available with cd. Similarly, if you do help pwd, it will give you a very short 5 to 10 lines page about that command. Let's try one more time. Help on echo command. And here you have the list of all the options available under echo, and that is provided to you with the help command. Okay, to find out just about the syntax of the command, you could do help -s syntax, and you want to know for which command, cd, for example. and it will tell you the cd command syntax or options are available are as follows: cd with -l, -p, -e, -at, and of course followed by the directory. All right, again, please note help command will only work with Linux built-in commands or utility. Okay, moving on to the next command, which is what is. What is cd command? And very short, sweet answer. cd command bash built-in command, and it is used for change working directory. Okay, what is grep? Same thing. grep, print lines that match pattern. Okay, what is change mod? Change mod, it has 4 different lines. It tells you everything you need to know about change mod description wise. If you want to go into detail about the options that are available, then you go into the man page. Okay, very good. So we learned everything, all the helpful resources that are available to us in this video. Now, this video marks the successful conclusion of our course. Congratulations. Congratulations on completing this course. I'm incredibly proud of your accomplishment. By finishing this course, you have taken a significant step toward expanding your knowledge and skills in Linux. Let's take a moment to recap the key learning points you have gained throughout this course. We went over the introduction to Linux. We designed and set up the lab together. We went over the Linux file system and navigation, and we learned so much in RHEL basic and advanced level administration. Now you could go ahead and download your well-deserved certificate of completion and proudly share with everyone. We highly value your feedback and want you to ensure that all your questions and concerns are addressed. Therefore, I encourage you to utilize the course Q&A section to submit any queries you may have. To stay connected and to access more resources, I invite you to visit my website and also connect with me on LinkedIn for latest industry standards. Once again, congratulations on your achievement, and I wish you the very best on your future endeavors. Goodbye and take care.